Dorset. Again, we will be bringing in the Hampshires in ring 1. That's the ring to my left, the north ring. Pole Dorsets to the right, ring 2. Judging our shows this morning, we have Chris Meyer working our Pole Dorset fitted group. Chris is from Aaronsville, Illinois. He's a grain and livestock farmer. They raise Oxfords, Hampshires, and Cotswold sheep, and they have a flock consisting of about 100 ewes. His 2 daughters also show in a lot of the junior shows around the Midwest and here at Louisville. And working our fitted group of Hampshires today is Tom Gilmore from Lincoln, Nebraska. Tom is retired from Frito-Lay in 2023, so a recent retiree. He raises Hampshire sheep with his sister, Phyllis Davison, and he's happy to be judging the Hampshire sheep at the 50th anniversary here at the North American. Let's welcome both Chris and Tom to your national shows this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here, and we're going to get started off here with the Dorset Yearling Bucks here, and we got 3 bucks come out. Really few different pieces in all 3 of these bucks. They all have big foots on them, adequate to size in that category. But the one we're going to run with, he's the leaner buck out of the group here. He's one that it looks like maybe he's been out with some ewes here, but he's super elevated up in that front end. Really, you got to appreciate chest forward where it tucks in. When he gets out on the move, he's the smoothest traveling buck in the class. Big old wide hip. One that right now I'd like to give him a little more rib and body shape over in that front quarter there, but one that's super clean up in that front end, runs the right way, just a super profiling type of sheep. He's going to be the number 1 today. The second buck, really close, brings a little different things to the table. One that's super masculine, one that I'd like to maybe just bring him out of his neck and shoulder structure a little better, super long-bodied, maybe don't have the flat hip and the big hip compared to the buck ahead of him, but he's super good-footed. I really like that buck too. Buck in third, another big, massive type of ram, one that doesn't quite have the top line compared to the 2 bucks ahead of him, one that you'd like to take a little more off his front end to balance him up, just a big, rugged buck, maybe doesn't have the fancy look as the 2 ahead of him, but an extremely classy set of yearling bucks here. Congratulations.
Well, good morning. This is our first class of the day, our yearling rams. And anyway, I think we've got some neat individuals out here, some different types, some different kinds. More or less what I'm looking for today is going to be something that's big and complete. Just a nice put together kind of sheep, the sheep that I like. Maybe you don't like them, but I certainly do. The ram that I start out with, probably the most complete sheep. He's big, he's got some mass to him, he's got some bone to him, really straight made. He's long through that 13th rib back. He ties together well up through that shoulder. Just a nice complete kind of buck. The ram that's in second, certainly a ram that's made like our first place buck. Sure, I'd like to straighten him up on his feet just a little bit to make him to move him up, one more spot, maybe make him a little thicker through that hip, but certainly a nice ram. And for second, third place, big kind of ram, a ram that's probably the tallest frame ram in the class, a ram that you like the length about him, certainly straight down that top, certainly long from that 13th rib back. I'd maybe like to straighten him up just a little bit on his front feet, but certainly a sheep that, as we know, has taken us a lifetime to get him this big, and certainly he's huge. Ram in fourth, certainly again a nice made ram, a ram that maybe just starts shortening up just a little bit in comparison to the 3 rams that we have ahead of him. Ram here in fifth. Maybe not as much to him today, certainly a big boned ram, a ram that maybe just, again, starts to shorten up a little bit. I'd like to see him just a little thicker down that top to move him on up, but certainly a nice class of yearling Hampshire rams.
Placing on the fitted yearling ram class for the Poll Dorsets, first place goes to entry 968, Nichols Sheep Farm 2204. Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second to 971, Reynolds Stock Farm 2204, Sensation, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Third place to McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire Fitted yearling rams, first place to 1173. Plaza Hamps, 1650. Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois. Second to 1174. Rickow, 2048. Richard Krakow, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Third place, Kelgard Farms, Tucama, Nebraska. Fourth, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. And fifth place to Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota.
Oh, we got a buck here. I think he floats to the top for me fairly easy in this class. He's one that he's the most elevated up through his front end. He tucks that chest floor up the best up there the way I like to see him. He's one that comes out of his neck and shoulder structure really neatly. One that doesn't have quite as much bark on him compared to the buck behind him. But I think he excels this class in about every category. Buck in second, a big rib, big volume type of sheep. Big footed ram in the class here. He's one that I think excels the one in third. He's got the bigger hip. He's got the leveler hip. He isn't quite as true down his top as the class winner here, but a buck that's got a lot of mass and a lot of volume for me today. Buck in third, another really pretty type of sheep. One that you get your hands on him. You'd like to fix him a little bit behind the shoulders there. Maybe pick up his level out his hip a little bit. But another one that possesses a lot of volume. Maybe don't have quite the bone and the mass as the buck ahead of him, but a really nice class of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fitted early fall Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first place to 976, Crouch 2303, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second place to 974, Livestock 0119, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. And third place to Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois.
Again, in our fall Ram Lamb class, certainly a nice ram to start this class with. Probably not the biggest ram that we got out here, but certainly a ram that he's real complete. He's real straight down that top. I like the way he moves about the ring. He just stands up on a good feet and legs and good bone. The ram in second, maybe a notch bigger, but certainly a ram that he's maybe a little bit longer. But certainly a ram, I'd maybe like to see him just a little bit more to him. He's a little greener. Maybe they've used him a little bit throughout the fall. But certainly a nice ram here in second. Ram in third, maybe tends to run downhill just a little bit. Maybe has a little more wool on him. Certainly a ram, I'd like to straighten him out about that top a little bit. Maybe make him a little better on his feet. Ram here in fourth. Certainly a nice maiden ram, a ram that's just a little bolder fronted, maybe a ram that just shortens up in size-wise and compared to the other three ahead of him, but certainly a nice class of fall ram lambs.
Placing on the fitted senior Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry 1181, Bobbin-Dryer, 22142, Rare Temptation, Charles Bobbin-Dryer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to 1183, Niemeyer, 301F, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Third place to Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota.
We get out here for your senior champion Dorset Ram here, and again you gotta appreciate the $4 they brought out here. And I think they bring some of the same traits to the table, and at the same time they bring a little bit of different qualities to the table. But I'm pleased, and I'll go show you the two I like today. But congratulations.
On the Hampshire side, certainly a four nice rams out here for our senior champion. Four rams, I think, that do the breed well. They've got the type and the bone and the length and still angular through that front ends. For me today, I'm going to go with the two fall ram lambs for your champion and reserve champion. I think just two bucks that are really straight top, really tremendous, taking nothing away from our two yearlings, but I just really like them today. Thank you.
For our Pole Dorset show, our senior champion went to the first place fitted yearling ram, 968. Nichols Sheep Farm, 2204, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Reserve senior champion was first in the fitted early fall ram lamb class, 976. Crouch, 2303, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fitting over on the fitted Hampshire side, our senior champion went to the first place senior ram lamb, 1181. Bobbendreyer, 22142, Rare Temptation, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Reserve senior champion to the second place animal in that senior ram lamb class, Niemeyer, 301F, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Now ready for fitted January ram lambs in the Hampshire ring and fitted late fall ram lambs on the Pole Dorset side.
we get into this class and we got a top pair of bucks here. You get them out on the move, and I'd like to kind of fix them a little bit. Both of the bucks, when they get out and stride, and fix the flexes, the way the buck flexes a little bit in the first hole here. But the buck, where I see it today, he's a super long-sided buck. He's got a nice level hip. He's got a big hip too. Where he excels the buck in first, I think, just that added extension up through that front end. That buck's super long neck, super up in its chest floor too. Just a really long-bodied type of sheep, and I think he's got enough balance to him, and the look from the side, he's going to win today. Buck in second, really a neat profiling type of sheep too. Big, rugged-footed, one that I think if he just had the little bit of the extras like the buck ahead of him, had that little more length of body compared to the class winner, maybe a little more extension up through that front end like the class winner, he'd run to the top pretty easy for me today. Then buck in third, another cool out profiling type of sheep, one that gets a little long in its pasterns when he gets out on the move, where he excels the buck in fourth. He's leveler out over that hip, leveler out over that top, but a really nice buck there in third. Buck in fourth, a big rugged type of buck here, one that's got a little more on his chest floor than the bucks ahead of him, one that you'd like to just level out over that top, but one that's super big ribbed, super big footed, really nice buck there. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 980, Pine Knob Farm 2320, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to 983, Nickel Sheep Farm 2272, Owen Terrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Third place, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. And 4, McLean Musick, Camp Point, Illinois.
we get in the late Dorset bucks here. We got 2 bucks that are kind of a nice pair up here. But the buck in first, really long-sided. Really got to appreciate him, his depth of body, his depth of flank. I mean, where he excels the buck in second, you get your hands on him. He's smoother out behind that shoulder blade there. And I like how he sets his shoulder and neck structure in just a little better than the first place buck. The second place buck here, another super outline profiling type of buck. One that's got the wedges like you want them to see. One that you just want to fix there. Give him a little more rib, fix him behind the shoulders there, and just clean him up on his blades just a little bit compared to the last winter. But a really nice pair of bucks there. Buck in third, another super youthful type of sheep. He just doesn't have the extras the 2 bucks ahead of him have today, but a really nice class of bucks. Congratulations.
I think in your class of Hampshire Ram Lambs, certainly we've got 5 individuals out here that I think are well deserving. The first place buck, certainly a straight top buck, a ram that exhibits a lot of length, maybe one of the greener lambs out here in the class, but certainly a ram that I like him about that front end. I like him the way he comes off that rump. Maybe would like to see him move just a little nicer, but certainly ties all the other pieces together for me today. Ram in second, certainly again another long-bodied ram, a ram that's maybe starting to get just a little heavier up through that front end, but certainly a ram, again, he's straight down that top, ties together nice up through that front end, carries out well through that rump. Ram in third, certainly a nice eye-appealing ram, a ram that, again, you'd like him about his total bone, his correctness about him. A ram maybe I'd like to lengthen him out a notch. A ram that's maybe not tying together. Wants to get my hands on him up through that front end the way I'd like him to. But certainly a ram that is really eye-appealing and nice to look at. A ram in fourth. Certainly, again, another ram similar to the one we've got in third. A ram that may be just a little shorter, a ram that maybe doesn't tie together as nice, but certainly a ram that you like watching him move around the ring, and etc. Ram here in fifth, certainly another elevated ram, a ram, again, I just like to see him tie together a little nicer, a ram that maybe just isn't quite as straight down that top and out through that rump is what we'd like in the 4 ahead of him, but certainly a nice class of ram lambs. Thank you.
For the Pole Dorset Show, our fitted spring ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 988, Spildy 9578, Handyman, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to 984, Nichols Sheep Farm 2323, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place to Troy Dottie, Levington, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire fitted January Ram Lamb class, first place to 1186, Held 234383, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second to 1189, L 23-301, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. Third to John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4, Bradley Payne, Agency, Missouri. 5, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6, Ryder Juntman, Bryant, South Dakota. 7th place, Nate Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8th place, Nate Bobbendreyer. 9, Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. And 10th place, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the fitted pair of ram lambs for the Pole Dorset Show, first place to McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois.
We get out here for junior champion Dorset Buck, and I'm really, really pleased with the 4 I got out here. They're bringing a lot of the good traits I'm looking for here when I'm evaluating these. We got all 4 of them are in the running, and you could flip flop either way. But I think I had my mind made up kind of after I used the one in class that he was going to be junior champion. I'll go out and show you the two I think are the most appropriate for me today. Congratulations.
On the Pole Dorset side, our junior champion fitted ram was 988. Out of the fitted spring ram lamb class, Spildy 9578, Handyman, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Our reserve junior champion came from the fitted winter ram lamb class, 980, Pine Knob Farm 2320, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. For the Dorsets, we're now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Our winner of the Grand Champion will receive the Don Moorhead Memorial Trophy. This is given by the Don Moorhead family as a memorial and presented to the winner of the champion ram. This is a revolving trophy.
Let's put our hands together for these outstanding Dorset individuals on these bucks here. It's been a pleasure to sort through these bucks. Granted, we didn't have very many in each classes, but I think the exhibitors brought out a whale set of bucks here. I think could go out and do many different things for the breed as a whole. But it gets close when you're judging these, and you just got to go over what you think would help the breed the most, in my opinion. What the one I would take home, I guess, if I was breeding the Dorsets today. I'll go out and show you the two I like today, and we'll see what the ewes bring. But this has been a great Dorset show so far.
In our ram lambs in the Hampshire side, certainly a nice ram to start the class with. I saw him when he walked in the ring, and certainly had my eye at that point. A ram that probably one of the younger ones, I'm guessing, in the class, but certainly a ram that's got some length to him. He's shown in a short fleece, a ram that ties together nice up from the front end to the back end, a ram that's got the wool about him. Of course, they all do, but certainly a ram I really like a lot about him. He's 13th, long from that 13th rib back. Ram in second. Certainly a ram that you have to like the eye appeal about this ram, a ram that may be just starting to get a little heavier up through that front end in comparison to the first place ram, but a ram again that ties together nicely, a ram that's long down that top, straight down that top. Ram in third, maybe a big bold kind of ram, a ram that maybe doesn't tie together quite as nicely once we get our hands on him, but certainly a ram that you like the bone work about him, you like the wool about him, certainly a nice made kind of ram. Ram here in fourth, certainly again a ram I'd like to tie him together a little nicer, a ram that's got some length about him, certainly a ram that's up on his feet today, he's got some good bone about him. I just like to straighten him up just a little bit. Ram here in fifth, another nice made ram, a ram again once I get my hands on him maybe doesn't tie together as nice, a ram that starts to shorten up just a little bit for me today when I get my hands on him and looking at him. But certainly a nice class of ram lambs. Again, let's congratulate our winners.
For our Pole Dorset show, our grand champion ram was our senior champion, entry 968, Nichols Sheep Farm 2204, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion ram. The junior champion ram came out of the fitted spring ram lamb class, 988 on the entry number, Spildy 9578, Handyman Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. For the Dorsets, your next class will be Fitted Early Yearling Ewes. Placing on the class of Fitted February Ram Lambs for the National Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 1200, Niemeyer 318, Edward Niemeyer, Edwardsville, Illinois. Second to 1196, L 23308, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. Third, Richard Krakow, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Adam and Sarah Binker, St. Michael, Minnesota. Fifth place to Bradley Payne, Agency, Missouri. Sixth, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And seventh place to Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 8 to Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota.
I think again we've got some nice Hampshire Ram lambs out here. Certainly a ram to start the class with, a ram that he just kind of comes out here and says, "Here I am," and let me show myself off, and et cetera. A super straight topped ram, a ram that's good out through that rump, a ram that's good on his feet and legs, a ram that's got some extension up through that front end. Really a nice ram to start the class with. Ram in second, maybe a little bolder kind of ram, certainly a long-bodied ram, a ram again that ties himself together nicely, certainly a ram that fits in this class in second real well. Ram in third, certainly a nice made ram again, a ram that you like a lot of things about him, but the ram that I'd maybe like to tie him together just a little nicer up through that front end, through that shoulder junction to make him any higher today. Ram here in fourth, similar kind of ram, a ram that, again, a long-bodied kind of ram, good-footed ram, a ram maybe I'd just like to make him a notch thicker up through that front end, or maybe tie him together just a little nicer up through those shoulders to move him any higher today. Ram here in fifth, probably one of the straightest topped rams, really nice designed ram, a ram I just like to make him a little nicer on his feet today to move him any higher, but certainly a nice made ram. Nice class of Hampshire Ram lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the Hampshire fitted March and later born Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 1208, Caskey D194, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Second place to 1209, Alf 39523, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to John Alf. Fourth place to Pine Lawn Farms, Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Fifth place, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. Sixth place, Debbie Deal, Fairlawn, Ohio. And seventh place to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
We get out here in the Dorset Yearling U class, and I think we had three that floated to the top pretty easily for me today. We got a top pair up here. Then the U that's going to start off here, she's just a big volume, big rib type of female. You got to appreciate her length at the top. I mean, you put your hands on her, she's dead level down that top. You got to appreciate, for as big a U as she is, she still holds together really good. She's really neat up through that front end. It really tracks out really neatly for me today. U in second, another U that really similar to the class winner here. Maybe just not as much sheep there as the U ahead of her. Still another one that gets out on the move, tracks really neatly. You put your hands on her, you got to appreciate her for that too. U in third, a really stylish type of female, and I contemplated several times of just using this U, but one I just don't think has quite all the extras the two U's ahead of her have. She's not as long-bodied, she's not as big as ribbed, but she's super fancy, she's super flashy. There's not a hole in that female. That's a really nice female there. U in fourth, another U that's really one of the more larger U's in the class. One that just don't tie in as well for me today. She don't tie in behind her shoulder blades as well. She's really long topped. Maybe like to set her wheels in a little better on the back, on her back wheels there, and she might be able to slide up another place or two. Another really long-sided ewe here in fifth. One that you get your hands on her, she breaks a little bit behind the shoulder. You like the extension up through that front end. You like how she carries herself out. But really nice class of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Pole Dorset fitted early yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 1002, Reynolds Stock Farm 2202, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Second place to entry number 1000, Reynolds Stock Farm 2222, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Third place to Ample Amity Farms, Dayton, Ohio. Fourth place to Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fifth place, Thomas Vandeventer. Sixth place to Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois. Seventh place, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. Eighth place, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. And ninth place to Ample Amity Farms, Dayton, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire pair of Ram Lambs, first place to Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second place, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And fourth place, Nate Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
I think again we've got 6 nice individuals out here for our junior champion. Certainly some individuals that I really like. I like a lot of things about each one of them. They're all in the front end anyway, similar in their type and their kind. At this time, I'll go out and select your champion and reserve junior champion.
For the Hampshire show, our fitted junior champion ram goes to our first place February ram lamb, entry 1200, Niemeyer 318, Edward Niemeyer, Edwardsville, Illinois. The reserve junior champion ram will go to the first place March and later born ram lamb, 1208, Caskey D194. Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota.
We get out here, the Dorset Yearling Ewes, and I mean, they brought out the Clydesdales for this show here. I mean, I wouldn't argue if you interchange these top four ewes, you know, however you kind of want here, but I'm gonna I'm going to lay my preference on this big ewe in front. Boy, she's got a lot of the extras, and she is by far the widest hipped sheep in the class, and she's dead level down that hip. You'd like to fix her behind the shoulder blades just a little bit. Super elegant out of that front end, extended, sets down on some good feet and legs there. Just a really neat sheep to start with. You in second, another really neat fronted type of sheep. One that's another big wide hip sheep. One that just given up a little length compared to the ewe ahead of her, and maybe just clean her up in that front brisket just a little bit there. But a ewe that really pretty once the boys get her stuck there. Just an ideal set of ewes here on top. Ewe in third, another really best topped ewe in the class. One that shortens up a little bit. You get your hands on her. She's one of the shorter hipped ewes in the class, but she's got another big wide hip on her. Good set and feet and legs. One that you just like maybe give her a little more extension up through that front end, out of the neck and shoulder structure there. But a really, really good ewe there in third. Another really good ewe here in fourth. One that she doesn't quite have as much in the back rear 1/3 as the ewes ahead of her. Maybe not quite as level out of that hip, but one really super long topped ewe. Really good on her feet and legs. Maybe like to jack her up in that chest for just a tick, to get her up around the ewes ahead of her today. But a really nice set. 4 really good individuals there. Fifth place ewe. She's really good in her own right here too. One that doesn't have the size and extension as the ewes ahead of her, but super complete ewe. Just comes in a little smaller package for me today. Congratulations. Really nice set of ewes.
On the Hampshire side, certainly 4 really nice rams out here for our champion drive. Just points down to what I like and what I'm looking for. I'm going to use this fall ram lamb up here for your champion ram. Certainly a nice individual. He's got some bone about him, as I talked about in class, and really straight down the top. For reserve, it gets a little pickier. I'm going to come back and use this spring ram lamb down here. Certainly a nice topped ram. A ram maybe you'd like to make him a little thicker through that rump to make him the champion, but certainly, again, a really nice made ram. Congratulations to our champion of reserve.
For our Hampshire show, our fitted grand champion ram goes to entry 1181, our senior champion from the senior fall ram lamb class. Bobbendreyer, 22-142, Rare Temptation, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. The reserve champion goes to entry 1200 out of the February ram lamb class, our junior champion, Niemeyer, 318, Edward Niemeyer, Edwardsville, Illinois. Placing on the late fitted class of yearling ewes for the Poll Dorsets, first place to entry number 1006, Pine Knob Farm, 2229, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to 10005, Nichols Sheep Farm, 2214, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place to Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Placing on the Poll Dorset pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Second to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Third, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. And fourth place to Ample Amity Farms, Dayton, Ohio.
I'll be the first one to admit this class was a little challenging. I couldn't find the one I wanted to just run with the top. You know, the U I'm going to start with, she does have problems. I mean, she gets a little long when she gets out on the move off those front wheels. She don't quite set the back wheels where I like to see them. But from the body standpoint, in this class, this one wins. I mean, super dead level down that top. She's one of the wider hip U's in the class. I like how she balances up. She's super attractive through that front end. She's just the ideal one for me today. You in second, one of the best top sheep in the class, one that you'd like to just proportion her up just a little bit better. She's bigger in her front end compared to her back rear 1/3, but she's a sound female. Maybe like to free her up on her stride just a little bit, but that's being critical of good sheep. You in third, one of the bigger rib type of females in the class, one that you just like to fix behind her shoulder blades just a little bit. She's gets out on the move and she tracks with a decent pace, but one that you'd like to just give her a little more extension up through that front end. But she's a big hip type of sheep. She's a good footed type of sheep. She's in third today. We got the big volume you in here in fourth. When she first come out, I thought she was going to be my class winner. Then analyzing her a little more, she's really rough when you get your hands on her right behind the shoulder blades. Then the back wheels just don't quite fit me today, so she's going to be in the fourth hole. Another really attractive ewe here in fifth. She's probably the second best handling sheep in this lineup here. One that she just wants to drop in her front end, especially when she gets out on the move. But she's super good handling, super good footed. One that you just like to just pull her out of that front end a little bit, and she could roll up quite a few places today. Really nice class of ewes.
I think we've got a really nice class of yearling ewes here. Our first class, certainly a female to start the class. It's real eye appealing. She's real straight down that top. Is she fault free? Probably not, but certainly a female that's thick out through that rump. Maybe I'd like to stretch her out just a notch. Maybe pick her up on those back feet just a hair when she walks, but certainly a really nice designed female, good up through that front end. I think the female in second follows along in similar type and kind, maybe not quite as long as what we got in the first place ewe, but certainly a female that's nice up through that front end, ties together nice down that top. Long-bodied here in third, certainly a nice maid female, a female sure I'd like to pick her up too, again on her back feet. Certainly a female that is really straight down their top, maybe not quite as heavy as what we've got in the first two ewes above her, but certainly a nice maid female. Next ewe in line, again, is certainly a nice ewe to look at, a nice female that's put together. A female, maybe I'd like to straighten her up down her top, maybe just tie her together a little nicer through that front end. Tends to run downhill just a hair more than maybe what I'd like. The ewe in fifth, certainly again a nice maid ewe, a ewe that when you watch her walk out around the ring, maybe you would like to pick her up again on her back feet just a notch. Maybe a female, I'd like to stretch her out a little bit more and give her the look as what we've got in the ewes ahead of her. But certainly a nice class of yearling ewes for our first class.
Placing on the class of Poll Dorset fitted early fall ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 1024, Wilco W257, Devin Walco, DeSmet, South Dakota. Second to 1025, Crouch 2305, Ariana Ross, Seneca, Illinois. Third, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Fourth place, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Fifth, Grace DeVries, Freeport, Illinois. Sixth place, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 7, Troy Dottie, Lovington, Illinois. 8th to Ariana Ross, Seneca, Illinois. 9 to Troy Doty, Lovington, Illinois. And 10 to Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class, the early class of fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshires. First place to 1253, Alf 34022, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to 1246, Alf 31222, John Alf. Third place to Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 4, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota. 5, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6, Pine Lawn Farms, Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. 7th place, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. 8th place, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. 9th, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 10, Nate Bobendreyer.
We get out here for senior champion ewe, and we brought out a whale set of females here. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them. I think these yearling ewe classes were extremely tough, and we're going to go with these yearling ewes, but I'll go show you the 2 I like out of these 4 here. But congratulations again.
For the Poll Dorset side, our senior champion fitted ewe was entry 1006 out of the late class of yearling ewes. Pine Knob Farm 2229, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. The reserve out of that same class entry number 1005, Nichols Sheep Farm, 2214, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois.
I think we got a tremendous class for our second class of yearling ewes. Certainly a big, stout female to start the class with. A female that once you get your hands on her, she's really straight made. Maybe I'd like to pick her up at the dock, but certainly a really straight top female, a big bulky female, a female that when you watch her walk out and move, moves around fairly easily. Second ewe we've got in class, fighting this young man just a little bit, but certainly a female that's long. She's really straight down that top. She's long from that 13th rib back, really angular up through that front end. I like a lot of things about this female. Female in third, certainly again a nice maid female, a female again that's really straight, really angular. Maybe I'd like to lengthen her out just a notch to compete with the two ahead of her, but certainly a female that's got a lot of bone, a lot of good things about her. Next ewe in line, certainly a nice maid female, again a ewe that stands up well, really straight down that top, maybe starting to get a little bolder up through that front. Maybe I'd like to lengthen her out just a notch to make her in comparison with the three ahead of her today. Next ewe in line in fifth, certainly again a nice female once you get your hands on her. A female that doesn't quite balance out, a female that's a little heavier up through that front end in comparison to the four ahead of her today. But again, a nice class of second class of yearling ewes.
Over here on the Dorset side, an interesting class of Dorset females here. We got these three at the top here, and you could sort and sift them the way you like. What I see in this first one, I see the most future too in this one. I really like the elegant front end and on this sheep. You get your hands on her, you're not disappointed. She's a long-sided sheep. She gets out and tracks fairly easy when she gets out on the move. Granted, I'd like to give her more in the back britches there and, level out the hip just a tick, but that's a really nice female. The female in second, best fall is that female. She don't quite have the front end design and extension like I see. Where I see the difference the most is you step back and look at their underline. The ewe in first is a little more proportion from front to rear than the ewe in second on her underline, but that's a really nice pair of ewes. Ewe in third, I contemplated using this ewe a little bit, but I just don't think she has as much gas in the tank as the ewes ahead of her. Super complete ewe. She's the best moving ewe in the class. Put your hands on her, super dead level down that top, big hipped, good footed. I just don't think there's enough sheep there for the future here, but a really nice ewe in third. Ewe in fourth, another one. I thought when I first handled her and saw her in class, she might be up there and winning the class for me. You get that ewe on the move. She's not as long as strided. She don't keep her spine where it needs to be, but she's dead level down that top. I appreciate the big wide hip that ewe has. That's a really nice ewe in fourth. Ewe in fifth kind of follows the same design as the class, your front two in that ewe. One that gets a little longer passion, but she's long top, long bodied, good hipped, just a really nice female there.
Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Hampshires. First place goes to 1238 L 22203 Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. Second place to 1239 K Person, 22-17, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Third place, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Fourth place to Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. 5, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. Sixth place, Ryder Junton, Bryant, South Dakota. Seventh place, Kelgard Farms, Tacoma, Nebraska. 8, Pine Lawn Farms, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. Ninth place, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 10, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to entry 1031, Purple Ribbon Farm 719, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second place to 1040, Reynolds Stock Farm 2321, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Third place to Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Fourth place, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Sixth place, Ariana Ross, Seneca, Illinois. 7, Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois. Eighth place, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 9, Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois. And 10 to Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Placing on the fitted pair of yearling ewes for the Hampshires, first place to Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Third, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin.
We get into this ewe lamb class here, and I think this is the first class of the day. I got one that runs in here and screams her way to the top here. Real elegant type of female. I love how the way she sets her feet down. Get your hands on her. She does not disappoint you. Super good up through that front end. Long top, long bodied, big hipped. Really nice female there. You in seconds. Really similar to her, but we just don't have as much of her. Not quite as long a bodied. I mean, she's got the bone. She's got the width. She's got the big hip on her. Super nice, flashy female. Really nice female there in second. You in third. Super good profiling type of female. Really long top. You get your hands on her, and she's really true down that top. She's big hipped. I like how when she gets out here on the side profile, she balances upright, big footed. My problem is get her on the move. She's carrying a foot a little bit, not tracking the way I'd like to see her today. Another you in fourth. Another once they get her set up, super good. She's super good down that top. You like to maybe just raise her up in her chest floor just a little bit compared to her contemporaries of that. She just don't have the extra style compared to those ewes. Just a really nice complete ewe there in fourth. You in fifth. Another really nice ewe here. One that does not have the length of body compared to the ones ahead. One you just like to pull her out of her neck and shoulder structure while she's standing here. Free her up a little bit, but a really nice class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Results of the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry number 1042, Scotch Lane Farm, 856, Wilma Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to entry number 1045, Nickel Sheep Farm, 2305, Brandon Youngberg, Andover, Illinois. Third place to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Dwayne Aldrich, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5th, Owen Torrance of Good Hope, Illinois. And 6th place, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois.
I think we've got a nice class of senior ewe lambs here. Certainly one that, hell, even Ray Charles can probably find her, but certainly a female that she's straight down that top. She's really nice out through that front, really elegant up on them feet. Just a nice female to start the class with. Ewe lamb in second. A ewe lamb that's hard to evaluate once in a while when she's fighting these young people, but certainly a female that's long out through that rump, a female that's good up on her feet. I like her angularity about that front end. Ewe lamb here in third, maybe a little more challenging for me, a female that's got some length to her, She stands up well. She's nicely tied through that front end. A female that maybe just doesn't have the overall wool or whatever up on that head is what we've got in the first two, but certainly a nice female. Ewe lamb here in fourth. Certainly, again, a long-bodied ewe, straight-topped ewe, a ewe, again, that ties together nicely up through that front, maybe just starting to get a little more deeper down through that chest floor than what we start. Maybe I'd like to raise her up in her, a notch up in her rump, but certainly a female that I think fits into fourth. Ewe in fifth, a really nice, elegant kind of ewe, a female, again, that maybe just doesn't have the overall bone work that we're looking for, a female that maybe doesn't balance out quite as nice, but certainly an elegant type female to look at, nice Hampshire head about her, a really good ewe. Again, a nice class of fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the fitted Hampshire class of senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 1273. Fuller 2270, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Second place to 1265, held 22-4368, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Third place to Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. 4, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 5, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6th place, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 7, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. 8th place, Nate Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. And 10, Brooke Hershey.
I think again we've got six nice individuals out here for your senior champion. Some females that really put things together for me and kind of what I'm looking for. At this time, I guess I'll go out and select your champion of reserve senior female.
For your fitted Hampshire show, our fitted senior champion U was 1273 out of the senior U Lamb class. Fuller, FSF 2270, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. The reserve senior champion was first in the late fitted yearling U class, 1238 entry, L22-203, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska.
Over here on your Dorset U Lamb class here, I think we had three that kind of floated to the top for me, and you can mix match them any way you want here, really. But I'm going to lay my priorities on this first one here. You get your hands on her. She's dead level down that top. I like how she sets her feet and legs in, where she excels the rest of the class. You get behind her. She's got the base width. She's got the big hip in her. She balances up real nice, real neat up through that front end. She's the ideal one for me today. We're going to have a big sheep here in second, big fronted, or not big fronted, but tall fronted. I like the extension up through her neck and shoulder structure there. She's long sided, she's big footed, one that bounces up from the side for me today. One that, she looks like she's got a bright future too, and she's going to make a big yearling ewe. Ewe in third, one I contemplate and putting in second, and but more and more I analyze her. She's super complete, but I don't see as much future compared to the ewe in second right now at this stage. She's youthful, but she's dead level down her top. She stands on a good set of feet and legs. She don't quite have the bone work as the ewe ahead of her, and she don't have quite the length of body, but a really nice ewe in third. Ewe in fourth, another really long-sided ewe, one that you'd like to just pull her apart up in her front end, jack her up a little bit. You get your hands on her, she breaks a little bit more than I like compared to the three ewes ahead of her in class, but one that's really long-sided, really nice female there in fourth. Ewe in fifth, another really long top type of female. She don't quite blend in quite as neatly when you analyze her up through her chest floor either. She gets out on the move. She don't quite keep her spine the way she needs to be today, but a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
For the Pole Dorset class of fitted spring ewe lambs, placings were first to entry number 1052, Jillian Rose DeFries, 11-23, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to entry 1050, Pine Knob Farm, 2337, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Third, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Fifth, Troy Dottie, Lovington, Illinois. And sixth to Troy Dottie. placing on the Pole Dorset fitted pair of ewe lamb class, first place to 1058 Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Third to Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Fourth place, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5 to Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Sixth place, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 7, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 8, Ariana Ross, Seneca, Illinois. And ninth place to Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio.
It's been an exciting Dorset Ewe Lamb show here, and we've got 6 individuals out here that are all extremely good. I hope you can kind of see each class is a little different when you bring them out, and I try to find the sheep I'm most well pleased with, the one that suits me the best. They're not always going to look alike, but I hope you can kind of see what I'm trying to strive for, a little correctness, a little balance, but at the same time, they still got to have that show ring look and still be able to be functional females when they go out. I'll go show you the 2 I like today. Congratulations to all, but a really nice set of females.
For the Pole Dorset show, our junior champion came out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, entry 1042, Scotch Lane Farm, 856, Wilma, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve junior champion came from the fitted spring ewe lamb class, 1052, Jillian Rose DeFries, 1123, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
I'm not going to waste anybody's time on this. I think it's pretty cut and dry for me, at least for today, because we had an extremely deep set of yearling ewes that these two females came out of. They're going to be your champion ewe and reserve champion ewe. Congratulations to all. Nice set of females.
For the Paul Dorset Show, our fitted grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe, entry number 1006 out of the late fitted yearling ewe class. Pine Knob Farm 2229, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. The reserve grand champion came from that same class and was our reserve senior champion, entry number 1005. Nichols Sheep Farm 2214, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Next class will be the fitted flock class for the Paul Dorsets. Fitted flock.
I think we've got a nice class of early ewe lambs here to start with. Certainly a female that I'm using for first, a big stout female, a female that once I went around the ring in the beginning, kind of caught my eye and so forth, and I get my hands on her. She doesn't disappoint you whatsoever. A female that's long out from that 13th rib back, stands up well on her feet and legs, ties together nicely up through that front end. Female in second, certainly a nice made female. A female when maybe is just attending to get a little deeper through that chest than what we had in the first. First I wanted to start with this female, but she's going to end up second today, but certainly a nice made, nice long-bodied female. Same way with the ewe in third, maybe a little greener than anything we've got out here. Certainly a female that's long, she's tall, she's got the bone work. She just a nice made, put together female, maybe just tending to get just a little deeper up fronted, but certainly a female that you really like her length about her. You like the way she moves around the ring. Next ewe in line, maybe another deeper made female, a ewe that maybe doesn't tie together quite as nicely as what we've got in the ewes ahead of her. Maybe doesn't have that length of body that we're looking for, but certainly a massive kind of female, a female that really stands up well, looks good today. Next ewe in line, and again, another ewe that is really extended up through that front, maybe longer down that top. We just maybe need to add a little length to it to compete with the ewes ahead of her today. But certainly a female, I really like a lot of things about her. You get your hands on her. She doesn't disappoint you. Maybe I just like to make her a notch longer today. But certainly a nice class of January ewe lambs.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Hampshire show, first place goes to entry 1289, K. Person 23-02, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Second place to entry number 1292, Schaller 399, Rodney Schaller, Monticello, Minnesota. Third place to Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Fourth place, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. Fifth place to Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 7, Danielle Hotaling, Dolan, South Dakota. 8, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. 9th place, Rodney Scheller, Monticello, Minnesota. And 10th place, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Did he win the flock? Okay. They hadn't brought me the results, so. Placing on the flock, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Mike Reynolds of Almsville, Oregon. Second in the flock to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Third is Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. That does conclude the fitted portion of our Pole Dorset show. Our judge has been Mr. Chris Meyer of Illinois. We do Our judge for the Pole Dorset Slick Shorn classes is Mike Stitzline of Ashland, Ohio. Mike is a farmer and he raises Suffolk, Hampshire, and crossbred sheep. He's a graduate of Ohio State University with a bachelor's in animal science. Now he's a member of the Ohio State University Animal Sciences Hall of Fame. Recently he retired as the Ohio Sheep Improvement President. Let's welcome Mike Stitzline to your Dorset show this morning.
Well, good morning. It's pretty loud. I appreciate the opportunity to come sort through your slick Dorsets today. Starting off in our yearling ram class here, I think there's some differences in these two rams, and you have to get up on them and analyze them for their balance and muscularity. But I guess when I put them into motion, I like the tallness of front of the ram we chose to start with. I like the way he gets out and moves pretty free and easy. Is he the heaviest muscled? I don't know about that. He's got enough. He's still square in his hip and pin placement. He's still elevated in his front. We could balance him up just a bit better, but that's what rams do as they get age. They have some depth and some width up through there in their forerib, and I appreciate that ram for that. Sets his feet down square when he gets out and move. I like the way he holds together on the move. Second ram here, I think just a little more compact and maybe just not quite as neat right in his chest plate. He probably has a little more shape when you get your hands on him down his top line of muscle, expression, right over the edge of his loin and in through his rack, I guess, for me. When I get behind him, I don't know if he balances up any better than the ram we chose to start with, and I'd like to elevate him just ever so slightly in his front end to make him match up with the one we chose to start with. But two really nice rams to start with. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of slickshorn yearling rams for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry 1075, Lake 22006, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. The second place to 1074, WD Dorsets 1236, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio.
Well, you guys are making this simple on me. I don't have to move them too much, but I do like to move them enough to see them move out here and see how they are structurally sound. The ram we chose to start with, I think just a really nice balanced ram. He's really expressive when you get up on him. He has big old rack in him. He's wide in his loin. He has that width out through his hind saddle. I think he squares up just a little bit better than our second place ram when you get in behind him as far as width and going to the ground with that base width, especially up high in his hip. He's really square in his pin placement. But yet that ram still has quite a bit of muscularity right through that center and lower portion of his stifle. He's still elevated enough and clean enough, and when he gets out and move, I think he kind of collects himself up through his front end, actually shows himself off even a bit better on the move than when he's standing there. The ram coming in second, really an elevated ram again. He's big backed. He kind of tapers out through his hip and pin placement as compared to a ram we chose to start with. Again, he's a really sound built sheep. You have to appreciate that about him. He's square on those hind legs. I'd just like to see him wider out through his hip and pin placement and maybe balance him up just a bit from the side. I guess for me, I like the width and the volume of his rib. I just like to see him have just a little more depth through that lower part of his leg to balance him out from a side view on the side when we're over here looking at him in a profile. The ram coming in there in third. Again, a ram that has quite a bit of shape and muscularity to him. I'd change him about the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. I guess for me, it gets a little bit U-necked. His shoulder lays just a little bit forward. He's maybe not as stout in his features as the two rams right in front of him. But when you get him behind him, there's quite a bit of width to that ram still. He isn't quite as relaxed in his top line as the top two rams either. The ram coming in here in fourth just probably gives up a little more width from side to side as you get in behind this sheep. I'd like to see him track out a little bit wider and have more volume of him just in muscularity to match up with some of the rams that we're standing on up in the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 1077. Coleman Club Lambs, GN 2277. Derek Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Second place to entry 1078. Myers 9504. Myers Pole Dorsets, Rushvania, Ohio. Third place to Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. And fourth place to Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio.
I think we've got a nice class of February ewe lambs out here to evaluate. Certainly some good ones all the way through, even the ones that went back to the pen. I mean, I'd like to have a whole group of them. The ewe lamb I choose to start with, certainly a nice made female, a female you get your hands on her. She doesn't disappoint you. She's straight down that top, angle her up through that front end, got some length of body about her. Just a nice put together female. Ewe lamb in second, young ladies having a little tougher time too. Certainly a nice made female, a female that's really straight down her top, got some length to her. Maybe I would like to give her a little more bone today in comparison to the ewe that I started the class with, but certainly my type of female. Ewe in third, again, a nicely balanced, nicely put together sheep. Maybe we need to make her a notch longer in comparison to the two in front of her, but certainly a female that stands up well on her feet. She's got some straightness down that top, carries out nice through that rump. Next ewe in line, again, a long-bodied ewe. Again, another female that's elegant up through that front end. Maybe I'd like to raise her up in that rear end just a little bit, maybe level out her dock a little bit, but certainly a nice made, nice put together, big type female. And same way with the one in fifth. Maybe just giving up a little bit of length when we get to evaluating her. Certainly a female, again, that's really nice down her top. She really carries out really well, nicely balanced up through that front end. A nice set of February ewe lambs. Again, taking nothing away from the ones that went back. These are the ones I like today.
Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry 1300, Pullen 23-20 Black, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. Second place to entry 1316, Kelgard 23-161, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. Third place to Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. Fourth place, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth, Charles Bobbendreyer. Sixth place, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. Seventh place to Rodney Schiller, Monticello, Minnesota. 8, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Ninth place, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. And 10, Bonnie Kegler, Mansfield Center, Connecticut.
really nice set of rams in this next class to work through, and there's some differences in type and kind, but the top three are all really good, all have something to offer. I think the one that puts it all together, though, for me is the ram we chose to start with. He's the most complete. When I set him into motion, he's super attractive. He's really well balanced. He keeps that balance when you get him on the stick and you get him behind him. He's by far the leanest ram of these top three. He's not the heaviest right in the center portion of his leg, but I still think he has enough flair to the center portion, still has enough shape. He's really good in his pin set. He's really elevated in his front, has a good expression down his top. When you put your hands on him, he has enough dimension and shape to that top that you really have to appreciate for the ram, for the leanness and still having that shape. When I set him into motion, like I said, he's probably by far the ram that comes to the top of the group. When you get into the second and third, it gets a little closer for me. I guess the ram in second, probably a little more attractive on the move as far as just elevated in his front. He keeps his hip and pin placement just a little bit leveler for me as compared to the one in third. I like the shape and the volume of his muscle. He's probably one of the heaviest right through the center and lower portion of his stifle. And I guess when I go to the ground, he's still wide-based and really elevated up in his front when we see him in motion. The ram in third, really shapely. When you put your hands on him, he's got a lot of dimension down his top. He's probably a little shorter coupled for me and gets just a little steeper in his hip when I set him into motion. When you get him on the stick, he's very shapely and square in his pin placement, but I'd like to see him keep that when I set him into motion. He gets ever so slightly a little high in the middle of his top as we set him into motion also. The ram coming in fourth, I guess for me, when you compare him to the top three, he just doesn't quite have the dimension. When I get in behind him, he's really well balanced, really attractive, good in his build. I'd just like to see more of this ram as far as muscularity compared to those top three individuals that he's standing behind. The ram coming in here in I guess fifth, the ram that is kind of really interesting in some pieces, a sheep that has tremendous shape and volume of muscle when you get on top of him. I really like that about him. I guess for me, the problem is when I set him into motion, he gets sort of tied up on both ends, just a little tight. He gets a little high and fights a little bit with his top line. His neck set's a little different than I would like to see it. I like to see it come out more on the top of the shoulder and to make him more relaxed when we set him into motion. But there's a lot of good in that sheep as far as just shape and volume of muscle. The ram coming in here next in class, and we have 5, and we're talking about the 6th here just because he's in here. The ram is built really well. I like the levelness of the design of the ram. I just don't know if there's enough of this sheep comparative in the class that he's in today. He's very lean, very correct in his build. I'd just like to see a lot more of him from behind when we put him in comparison to the top 5. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Winter Ram Lamb Slick Shorn division, first place goes to entry number 1084, H. Barkley 2316, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Second to 1083, Grandview 2317, Singe Kind, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Third to Abby Eisler, Prospect, Ohio. Fourth place, Myers Pole Dorsets, Rushvania, Ohio. Fifth place, Norman Toluski, Trafalgar, Indiana. And sixth, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio.
I think again we've got a nice class of March ewe lambs. Ewe lamb I choose to start with, certainly a nice made female, a female that kind of caught my eye when she first came in the ring. Certainly a female that's long out through that top. She ties together nicely. She's got the type about her. She's big enough and certainly well balanced. You in second. Maybe you'd like to add a little more bone to her. Certainly a female that's long through her top. Really nice up through that front end. Really handles from that 13th rib back. I really like a lot of things about her. Certainly a nice female for second. You in third. Maybe just getting a notch shorter. Maybe doesn't tie together quite as nice, but certainly a female that's balanced up on her feet. She's nice out through that front, but again, I would just like to tie her together, maybe make her a little bit longer. The ewe here in fourth. Certainly a female that there's nothing wrong with her. She just may be getting out horsed in this particular class, but certainly a female. You get your hands on her. She's really straight down that top, really nice out through that front. Maybe we'd like to make her a notch longer to move her ahead of the three ahead of her today. Next female line, again, certainly a nice made female, a female that maybe doesn't balance out quite as nice from that front to rear, but certainly a female. She maybe I'd like to make her a little nicer down her top, but a female that's got some length about her, a female that stands up well on her feet and legs and some nice bone. Again, let's congratulate these exhibitors. Nice class of ewe lambs.
really, really nice set of rams in this next class. And again, maybe a little bit of differences in size in some of these rams. But as far as balance, muscularity, build, I think the top two are really, really similar. And what it comes down to me is they're both really good. They're both super heavy muscled. When you get up on top of them, you appreciate that about both these rams. They're in the right kind of condition. They're really cool and neat in their front end and their shoulder. When I get in behind him is the problem I have with my second place ram is I don't think he has enough development of testicular development for a ram of this size and scale to go to the top of the class. I even worry about having him that high. In today's breeding situations that we have, I guess as a breeder myself, I've ran into this problem, and we just got to be more cognizant of those issues. The ram we chose to start with, I love this sheep when he hit the ring. He's super clean and build, yet he's super heavy muscled. I like that about him. I think he's big enough, and that's what it's all about too. And when we get out here, he balances up really, really well. When you get your hands on him, he handles tremendous down his top line. And you have to really appreciate he just doesn't have a hole in him other than if anything, we could give him just a little more size, but I don't know his age and things like that. So I'm going to say he's plenty big enough for me. He's balanced right. He's the right build. He's got all the things that go along with it. Just a really nice ram to start with. Like I said, the second place ram, I think, again, a really well-built ram that balances up well, has plenty of muscle. He just has that one issue that I would like to change about a ram if I was to have him into that first spot and feel more comfortable about it. For me today, I just don't know that I feel comfortable about his development at this stage to put him up into that first hole. The ram that comes in third, he's very, very similar in his overall build to the ram we chose to start with, and the second place, and his overall muscularity. But this ram, when we get him out on the move, I think he's a little bit rougher in his spine, just the way he's put together. He's not quite as smooth. He wants to get up ever so slightly in the middle of his top. I'd like to relax him in his spine just a little bit to make him match up with those top two, but another really well-built ram to come into that third hole. The ram coming in here in fourth, a little bit different in his kind because he's a little more elevated. He's not quite as heavy muscled, not as opened up when you get him behind this ram, but I think really balances well from front to rear when you get him on the side profile. I guess for me, he's just giving up an awful lot of width when I get him behind him as compared to those top three individuals, and just some muscularity. I think with time he'll get that, but at what point is he a little on the big end for me? I think so. I wish he just had a little more muscle to go along with the look and the balance that he has today. The ram we chose to round out the class with here, I think for me, what throws me off a little bit is when we get him off on the side view. He just doesn't have enough depth in that leg and enough development and the muscularity to balance him up from the side profile. He gets just a little bit plainer and deeper in his chest plate compared to the depth that he has in that lower part of his leg. Compared to the other rams in the class, he's still really attractive. He's really smooth and square in his pin placement. I like that about him. When he gets out in strides, he gets a little bit tighter comparative to the other rams that were on up higher in the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Spring Ram Lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First place goes to entry 1089. NOC BR 20029-23163, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place to 1094 M Burns Club Lambs 1864, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third place to Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fourth place to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, and 5 to Clayton Hesse, Annville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the fitted March ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place goes to 1327 Alf, not 380-23 John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 1320 Kelgard 23-200 Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. Third place to John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 5, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 6th place, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 7, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. 8, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. 9, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. And 10th place, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first to John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to Kelgard Farms, Tacoma, Nebraska. Third, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 4 to Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. 5, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6, Ronald Pullen. 7, Rodney Schiller. 8th place to Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. And 9th place, Bonnie Kegler, Mansfield Center, Connecticut. 10th place, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio.
Again, I think we've got 6 nice individuals out here for your junior champion. 6 individuals that I think represent the breed well. They've got some length and stand up well. For me, I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve at this point, and we'll go on from there.
The fitted junior champion ewe for the Hampshire show is 1327. 1327 coming from the fitted March and later ewe lamb class, Alf, 380-23, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion was 1300 out of the fitted February ewe lamb class, Pullen, 23-20, Black, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Then we'll announce the fitted premier exhibitor. Again, we want to remind you that all of the special classes, best-headed ewe, best-headed ram, mixed pair, young flock, and flock, will take place after the Slick Shorn program is completed. Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset pair of Ram Lambs, first place goes to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
Well, we have a really nice set of rams out here to work through, and there's little differences, and when we set them into motion, I guess is where I like to try to make my sort at the end. I really like to have a sheep that just collects themselves and looks really good on the move. Sometimes they look better, and some of these they are Dorsets, right? Because sometimes Dorsets don't always like to show the best. So when you get them stuck, they don't always want to cooperate quite as good as some of the other sheep of the other breeds, so they get a little funky. And when we set them into motion, I think you can see how they collect themselves and how they look good on the move. There's a couple rams that I like maybe just a little bit better on the stick and as far as extension, and then there's a ram that I really like on the touch and the handle. Maybe when you put him into motion, he's not quite as attractive. He's fighting just a tiny bit. So the little things, there's 3 rams for me that really kind of come to the top of this group. There'd be these 3 right in here. For me, there's one that really kind of, when I set him into motion, comes to the top. He looks really good. He's smooth. He collects himself. A lot of muscularity, a lot of base width. Will be the ram right in here for our champion. And when we come back for the other 2, they are a little different. As you look at them, there's an extended sheep. I really like the extension. I like the look of this sheep. I like him on the move. Does he have enough when I get in behind him? I guess with time we'll tell. That's a sheep that's a little later maturity. We have one that's a little quicker in his maturity, but actually just really smooth, put together. Is he cooperating the best then when we get him out here on the stick? Not always, but when you get up on top of that sheep, he's tremendously heavy muscled and still really attractive and good the way he's put up through his shoulder. We're going to use him for your reserve in the junior division.
So it's the second lamb, right? No, the champion.
Again, for your champion Hampshire female, I think we've got 4 really nice individuals out here. 2 of them kind of rose to the top for me, but certainly I think taking nothing away, they're all just big, sound females. They've got some length to them, straightness, squareness. They come from the front, get wider as they go back. Today, the grand champion female is going to be this fall ewe lamb right up here. I just fell in love with her from the beginning and just haven't stopped. It's my kind of female. I'd like to take her home. Next one's going to be the spring ewe lamb for reserve. Again, another female I'd like to take home, just an extended type of female. She's really straight down that top and good on her feet, and she takes a really good picture. So those are going to be your champion of reserve. Thank you for your time.
In the Pole Dorset ring, the Slickshorn grand champion ram is 1077 out of the fall Ram Lamb class. Coleman Club Lambs GN 2277. Derek Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. The reserve grand champion to the spring Ram Lamb 1089 Northern Oklahoma College BR 20029236163. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Over on the fitted Hampshire side of the ring, our fitted grand champion ewe is 1273. 1273 was our senior champion out of the senior ewe lamb class. Fuller, 2270, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. The reserve grand champion is 1327. 1327 was our junior champion out of the March and later born ewe lamb class. Alf 3823, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. And our premier exhibitor for the fitted portion of the Hampshire show is John Alf of Janesville, Wisconsin. For the Hampshires, we're now ready to begin the slick-sheared portion of the show. We need slick-shorn yearling rams to the ring, please. Our judge for the fitted Hampshire show has been Mr. Tom Gilmore. Tom Gilmore, if you would, we've got a signature for you signature we need from you. Judging the slick-shorn Hampshires today is Kyle Fleener of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Kyle is the farm manager for B&K Cattle Company. He's sales rep for Willoughby Sales, the Breed, and the Brend Cattle Auctions. Kyle, along with his wife Jen and son Hudson, own and operate Fleener Club Lambs. They raise Hampshire, Southdown, and crossbred sheep for both junior livestock projects and breeding sheep that compete at the national level. He is a third-generation Hampshire breeder, and they raised the 2018 national champion Hampshire ewe. Let's welcome Kyle Fleener to your National Hampshire Show.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here and sort your National Slick Show. I think just a great way to start off the show. I think all three of these bucks are very good, and there's some pieces between all three of them that maybe like to change and tweak on, but I think the most combination one that's going to lead off, you get your hands on that one. That one is the freshest, the best handling out of the top side of his shoulder into his rack and loin and hip. I think where that one mostly is impressive is when you get in behind him. That one extra shape and flare to his stifle and look down low is there. He is a little longer bladed. I like to tuck him up in his chest floor, give him a little bit more width as you read that one as he goes away from you. But I think you get on the front side, that one's extension is still really good. Smooth built, good touch and ram to go ahead and win. The one that comes second, I do like that one's extra punch of muscle. That one is a little bit wider in his rib. I do think he's a little bit better at the point of his shoulder and chest floor. I like to just extend that one out, make him a little bit longer flank to flank, give him more extension as we read him up through his front third to go ahead and try to get around the buck that wins. I think there's a lot of good though still in that buck. We round up the one and third. Probably is the widest skeletal built one of the three. I do like that. He comes at you a little softer, just not quite the touch and the fullness in his forerib and his angles. I'd sure like to change him too, and how he hits the ground, bring him up on his toes to move him up any higher. Really nice way to start your show.
Placing on the Slickshorn Hampshire Yearling Ram class, first place to entry 1356, Plaza Hamps 1600, White House, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. Second to entry 1357, Lazy 5 3499, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Third to Ross Doyle, Pleasant Hill, Illinois.
In our yearling ewes here, I think there's some differences in type and kind as we talked about, but mostly just in size, scale. They're really muscular. They're in the right kind of condition. I think these top end ones, to me, when I set them into motion and when I get up on top of them, the ones that have the most muscularity and still lean and still attractive, they have enough length of body, they have enough extension of front end, I think, are top two. Then when we get down to those two, it gets a little closer for me. I think the one that's in the first hole, just a little more opened up when you get up on top of her as far as rib cage. Maybe the ewe in second just looks a little more immature at this point in time, but super attractive. Both those females really well balanced, have a lot of muscle when you get on top of them as far as shape and volume, and they carry that width and squareness out through their hip and pin placement and go to the ground with base width. Like I said, I think its difference is just maybe just a little more opened up and have a little more body and balance up a little bit better than the one we started with the class with. Let's get down here, and our next two they're very similar also. Ewes that have a lot of width and volume and capacity to them. I think the ewe we chose to use in third just has a little more length of body to her, a little more length of hind saddle, maybe balances up just a tiny bit better when we put her on a profile. Both ewes are carrying probably just a little extra condition for where they need to be for my taste, I guess. They both really good ewes in their own right, super neat in the way their front end and their neck set is, and really square in their pin. I'd like to lengthen this one out here in fourth hole just a bit and maybe clean her up through her ever so slightly through that chest floor to make her move on up in the class. Then we round out the class with one that beautiful profile on the side. I guess when you put your hands on her, for me, she's a little more disappointing as far as just natural shape. down her top and in through the center portion of her leg. When you get in behind her, she's got quite a bit of condition on her, but super extended. You like the width and the volume of her structure. I'd just like to see more natural muscle. And when I set her into motion, she's probably the one that comes apart a little bit more than the top 4 in this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry number 1107, WD 1204, Eric Taylor, Jefferson, Ohio. Second place to entry 1098, O. Cardwell, 22052, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 4 to Lindsay Eddy. Fifth place to Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Sixth place, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Seventh to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Eighth place to Kirsten Rexing, Fort Branch, Indiana. And 9 to Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
Well, a very interesting class of bucks here, and there's 4 totally different types and kinds. And I think the one I land on is just the combination. He's the smoothest built. His transition from his shoulder all the way back to his hip is smooth. He's still immature in how you read him here today, Buck. I think the longer that one's on feed and you continue to see that buck grow, the more you're going to like him. He runs uphill. He stands down good and true on his foot. His bone work is very, very good. Yes, he is not the biggest creature in this class, but I think one that's built from nose to dock the best for me. The big wide stout one that comes next, I do like him. You get that one propped up. I do like that one's look. That one gets maybe just a notch coarser for me. You set that one in motion. Just doesn't want to reach up out of his front third near as nice as I'd like to see. I'd like to give him just a notch more extension as we read him into his neck as well, but I still think one that is going to offer a lot of good things as we read him down the road. One that comes in third just gets a notch plainer, not quite as nondescript as what we see in the ones in front of him. Gets a little bit tighter in his forerib, into his heart. When you get your hands on him, he does cover, has a little bit more extra cover as you read him down over his cage. I'd like to just trim him up, freshen him up. I think he would probably give a better touch if we had him there today. I'd like to just stouten him up to the ground as well. Round up another class with the one I do like for his shape. His touch up high is very, very good. I do like that about him. Not quite, don't like him quite as much right at his dock. We see that one on the profile. Doesn't balance up, doesn't give you that that underline that I'd preferably like, but I still think there's a lot of good in that class. Really nice class of bucks, though, here in New Hampshire show.
Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to 1365, Wheaton 230027, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Second place to 1366, Storms 1201, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place to Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And fourth place, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois.
Well, this next group of ewe lambs, as someone said, are definitely athletic. The ewe we chose to start with, she can get out and move, and she's free and easy. She's really muscular when you get up on top of her. I like the balance of her, probably as good as anything out here. When I get in behind her, she really wedges the right way. She's opened up through her hip, but yet she still has lots of volume through her rib. I think when I set them into motion, she also sorts herself, not because she got loose, but because she's just better in the way she holds her top line. She's a little more relaxed in her top line. She's head up. She gets out and moves really square off of both ends. I really like that one, the way she's put together. The ewe coming in second, super attractive when you get her on a stick. I guess for me, gives up some of that overall volume when I get in behind her as compared to the one in first. She has good muscle working down her top and some shape. When I set her into motion, she goes to get up in her top just ever so slightly. I'd like to see her move out a little more relaxed off those hind two legs as compared to the ewe we chose to start with. The ewe coming in third, you really have to appreciate her. She may be a little more like the first ewe as far as width and volume, and has some muscularity. When I get in behind her, though, is where she falls short of the top two. She gets out of balance for me more so. She's just a little more wedged the wrong way. She's more opened up through her rib, which is a good thing. I'd like to see her have more of that width out through her hip and go to the ground with more base width to match up with those top two. She's not quite as tall a fronted and as extended as our top two in this class either. Then we get into a ewe lamb that might be a little more extended, and she's really good in her overall balance. I guess for me, from side to side, when I get in behind her, I just like to see a little more width. Maybe with time she'll get a little more maturity and volume to her. But I guess when I read her as far as muscularity, she gives up an awful lot of just sheer shape and volume of muscle compared to our top three in this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset pair of yearling ewe class, first place goes to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 1114, Dorsets and Daylilies 222F, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. Second place to 1110, Johnston 22719, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Third place to Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. And fourth place, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio.
Over here on the Hamp side for your senior champion, I think just 4 really nice bucks, and there's some differences, and like we talked them, I'm not going to talk these bucks, but I think just really nice sheep, and I think I have a lot of future. I'll go show you the 2 I like. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
For our Hampshire show, our Slickshorn Senior Champion Ram was 1365 out of the yearling Ram class. Plaza Hamps, out of the Fall Ram Lamb class, Wheaton 230027, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. The Reserve Senior Champion was 1356 out of the yearling Ram class. Plaza Hamps 1600, White House, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri.
your Januaries. On your Hampshire side, just only two, but two very nice ones. And the one that I'll lead off with, just is smoother. You get your hands on that one. That one just a nicer touching sheep as you read him on the top side of his skeleton. I like where his shoulder blade lays. He's more robust and stouter as you read him into his forearm all the way down to the ground. That one's dead level backed and really good in his underline. I like his length from flank to flank as well. Just a nice buck to start. One that comes here in second, I like his roundness of body. I do like the extra shot of depth of the center body. His chest floor is good. I like to lengthen him out. Just give him a little bit bigger and featured as we read him down in his lower third, but really nice class.
Placing on the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb for the Hampshire Show, first place goes to 1370. Hogger 23073. Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second place to 1372. Flanders VIP 3513. Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Just a really nice class of winners here that we're working with. Just a tremendous set. Some news that we let go back to the pen that I thought I had a lot of quality in them. I think we can get up here in our top end and even in that top spot. For me, there was one ewe kind of from the time she came in and I saw her go away from me, and she had enough muscle to go along with that look and that balance and structure. I think this ewe just kind of comes to this class pretty easily to the top spot. I don't know that there was anybody really rivaling her once I got in behind her, handled her. She's very lean, but yet it's really expressive, big, bold in her rack. She's super square in her hip and pin placement. She goes to the ground with base width. She's still elevated in her front when she gets out on the move. I think that's just a really nice one to start the class with. Then it gets a little tougher. I've got two ewes. The one is in second hole is probably a bit more extended. Is she quite as wide and opened up when I get on top of her? I don't think so as the one standing in behind her, but I have a little issue with the one coming in third. She might be a little too wide on those rear wheels. At times she gets a little wide for me. She's carrying more condition than I'd like to see. For me, I'd like to see her a little bit leaner like the one up there in second. Then we could put them, compare them a little bit better. To me, she gets a little bit plain when she gets out here on the profile as far as just carrying too much condition up through her front third of her body, which takes away from her extension. I think she's plenty extended as far as one for having that much width of body and width of structure. But again, when we started getting that much condition on her, started to open up her blade, she starts to get a little wide on those two rear wheels. So I think the ewe's coming in second, just a little more fault-free, still has enough muscle, just really well built. Is she quite as free and easy moving? I don't think so as the one we chose to start with, but I think an awful nice ewe to come in that second hole and third hole. The ewe coming in here in fourth gives up some of that length, the hind saddle length of hip. She gets out on the move. She gets ever so little bit steep comparative to those top three. I think she's really wide and square still. She's really balanced as far as a profile standpoint. I'd like to lengthen her hip and raise her dock up just ever so slightly comparative to the three ahead of her. That's an awfully nice balanced ewe on the profile and still has good muscle when you get your hands on her. The one coming in fifth, I think she probably has as good a look as the one we chose to start with from a profile standpoint. She gives up an awful lot from when you get in behind her as compared to those top four individuals standing in front of her. I'd like to see her wider based, a little wider hipped. She's really square in her hip and pin, but I'd like to see her a little more opened up and have a little more base width, a little more development through that center portion of her leg to balance her up on a profile standpoint comparative to those four ewes in front of her. But a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Over here on your Hampshire side, another really high-quality class of bucks, and then you can reach in here and grab a multitude of different ones and take them home and do what you want to do. But I think the show buck, the one that gives me the right look, is going to lead off. That one's length of body. For as long as that one is so long from 13 back. He still holds it together. That one's dead level back. He keeps it into his dock, and his underline is correct too. You set that one in motion. There's no hitching his giddy up with him. That one just flexes and moves. Just a really nice way to start. 2 and 3 get a little bit more challenging. I think the one that comes in second is just a little more bolder, a little more robust, a little more shape and edge as you read him down the top side of his skeleton. I like his little bit extra length of neck as we see in this buck compared to maybe the one that comes right behind him. Just maybe like to just soften him, just give him a little bit softer look from the side and a smoother look, I guess, if you will. But a really nice one to go second. The one in third's intriguing. I think if this one would actually just get out and be a show sheep here in this particular class, I think I could probably gravitate that one up maybe a notch for me. One you get your hands on, there's still a lot of sheep there. I like to lengthen them up from flank to flank, give them just a notch more extension, but I do like his extra forearm bone, foot size. I do like all that things about that sheep. That's still a really nice one. One that comes next, you set that one in motion, you like that one. This one's very intriguing. I think a buck that one that would be fun to watch and develop and feed on into next year as a yearling. One that gives you an extra shot of hip and stifle and shape. He's fluid in his movement. He's good looking. Just today, he just gets out, just not enough sheep. We need to open that one, just give him a little bit more width as we read him from the point of his shoulder all the way back to his hip to go up any higher in this class. Really like that one. Round up the top 5 with another one that just didn't want to get out here and show and get stuck, but I think one that, as far as on a muscle shape, you really like him. He's way and opened up and grooved up in his rack, big in his loin and in his upper hip. I like this smoothing that one one up, give him a little bit better look from the side to go up any higher in his class. Really nice class of bucks.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Winter ewe lamb class, first place goes to 1122 Bowers, 3211 Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second place to entry number 1119 Row 2329 Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third place Singe Kine, Port Atkinson, Wisconsin, 4 to Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Fifth place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Sixth place, Carly Buchanan, Staunton, Virginia. 7, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Eighth place, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Ninth place, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. And 10, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Placing on the February Slickshorn Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first to entry 1385, Westlake 2363, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Second place to 1377, Everhart 2311, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. Third place to Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth place, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. Fifth place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 6, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 7, Taylor Svensson, Argyle, Wisconsin. And 8th place to Emma Fawbush, Cherubusco, Indiana.
Another quality class of Hampshire buck lambs, and again, some different types and kinds. I think the one that, for me, just gravitates towards the top and did so pretty quickly is the one that leads off. That one's so robust, yet still so smooth, and his transitions are really good when you come from his shoulder all the way back to his hip. He's smooth and good looking, humongous at the ground. I like that buck here in this particular class. I think it's a little more challenging in 2 and 3. There's some give and take. I tell you what, the buck that comes second is humongous on the top side of his skeleton. That one back into his hip and pin is just incredibly wide, and that's where he probably gets the nod over the buck that's going to come in third. I like him where at times when he hooks up. We set that one in motion though. For me, he wants to drop his blade, drop his chest floor. I'd like to just see a little bit more elevation on the move. I think to try to rival the class winner. Doesn't have that underneath width as we see in the class winner as well. For as long body as that one is, he still stays good in his back. He's good in his rib shape. Just need just a shot more down low in that buck to try to go ahead and win. One that comes in third, I think another nice one. Gets a notch shorter body. Doesn't transition and be as smooth as we read him down his back, especially from his hip and his loin into his hip. I'd like to see that one just a notch bigger in his pin set. As big as he is in the front side of his hip, I just like to see that carry back into his rear hip, but I still think a really, really nice one there to go in third. One that comes in fourth just gets a notch plainer. We just need a little bit more shape in that sheep to try to go ahead up any higher for me, but I do like his length. I like his look from the side. Just need a little bit more buck there to go up any higher. Another one that comes next, another one I do like his shape. That one is good touching on the top side of his skeleton. I like that. That one gives you some width as we read him as well. Just gets a notch shorter as we read him here in this particular class to go up any higher. Round up the class with one that's maybe getting a notch longer as we read him in that one's spine. Wants to drop in his loin, get up in his tail head, but another really high quality class of bucks.
Next class for the Hampshires is slick-sheared pair ram lambs. Placing on the slick-shorn pair or March ram lamb class first to 1387. Johnson 2302. Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to 1394. Northern Oklahoma College TMH 281 23022. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third place to Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee. 4, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fifth, Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee. And 6, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
This next class of ewe lambs, I think the quality was tremendously deep. We sent several back to the pins that maybe could have been up here in the top end in any of the other classes. But as we get out here and analyze these and get into those top 2 or 3, I think it gets very, very close. Those 3 individuals are all really good. They combine a lot of good things. They're all relatively heavy muscled, probably some of the heaviest muscled we had out here. But still have the extension and the length of body, length of hip. They're correct in their build. I think there's tiny little differences in them. I think the one that I chose to start with just really excels the class as far as that extra look on the profile. When you get up on her, though, she's one of the most opened up through her forerib and rack of any sheep we've had in any of the ewe lamb classes today for her size. She just really gets wider. She comes back through her hip, has tremendous amount of muscle through that center and lower portion. And like I said, when you set her into motion, she really excels the class. She holds herself together really well out on the move and gets out and square off those back 2 without getting too wide. The one coming in second, I think very, very similar to her, probably a little shorter in her overall makeup. I don't think she's too short, but I guess as a comparison of those 2, I would lengthen her out just ever so slightly in her hip to make her match up with that top one, but balance again and muscularity in the right kind of condition and really get out and move free and easy with that kind of muscle pattern still laid on that structure. The one coming in here in third, just giving up some of that overall shapeliness to her. If I was a changer, I'd raise her up in her chest just a little bit as far as just elevate her whole front end. She gets just a little bit lower and a little bit plainer when we get her out here on the profiles compared to our top 2. And I think she's really nice fronted. When I set her into motion, I think she actually gets better Her shoulder comes together. She pulls her neck up out. I think she's fighting just ever so slightly to get the young ladies are to get her shown. But again, I would just like to elevate her whole front end compared to those top two individuals. But again, really nice built one, really balanced from all standpoints, as rear and side both. She gets out and moves free and easy when we get her into motion. The one coming in fourth, very, very similar. Again, a ewe that's really, really nice put together. I guess for me, when I get in behind her, she's not quite as well balanced from the front to the rear. I'd like to open her up through her hip and pin just ever so slightly comparative to those top three. Again, she's really nice on her profile. She gets out and moves free and easy, and she's got a nice amount of muscle. I don't think she excels the class with muscle, but she does have a good amount of muscle to go along with her structure, and I guess that's what's important to me, is that it balances up well to go along with that framework. The one coming in fifth, kind of a unique sheep out here. She's really wild and opened up in her top shape and through her hip and pin placement. If I was to do anything again, is just elevate this sheep, give her just a notch more grow for where she's at today. I love the structure of her. She still gets out and moves free and easy for one with that kind of muscle on her structure. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn Pair Ram Lambs class, first to Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Second place, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third, Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee. 4, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5th to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the class of Spring Ewe Lambs, Slickshorn Poll Dorsets, first place goes to 1142. M. Burns Club Lambs, 1852. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place to 1149. NOC BR 20116, 23029. Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third place to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 4 to Clayton Hesse, Annville, Pennsylvania. 5 to Harper and Nicholas Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 6 to Chloe Lake, Cambridge, Ohio. 7th place, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. 8, Singe Kine, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 9, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 10, Hannah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio.
Over here on your Hampshire side, a junior champion buck, really nice 6 individuals out here. Class winners are all really strong in the seconds as well. It'll probably stay right here in the class winners, but I think just a few different types and kinds maybe on this side, but I don't think they're really, really high quality. I'll go show you 2 I like. If you would, put your hands together for these exhibitors. Really nice junior drive.
For our Hampshire Slickshorn Ram Lamb program, our junior champion goes to 1387. 1387 out of the March and later born Ram Lambs. Johnson, 2302. Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion to 1385 out of the February Ram Lamb class. Westlake, 2363. Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Now ready to show for grand champion. Placing on the slick-shorn pair of ewe lambs for the Pole Dorset Show, first place to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And third to Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
Well, over here to your Hampshire side, we'll pick your champion and reserve rams, and a great ram show. I think all four of these individuals are very high quality. I think are going to do a lot of good things for the respective flocks as we go on down the road in the years to come. I think just a lot of quality. I think there's two that match up for me pretty well. I think they're bucks that have some shape, and along with that shape, I want them smooth and good looking and be mobile when you set them out in motion and be good at the ground. I think two of them do that. I'll go out here and pick the two I like. Really strong show. Look forward to the ewes.
Grand champion ram for the Slickshorn Hampshires goes to 1387, our junior champion. Out of the March and later born ram lamb class, Johnson 2302, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve champion was our senior champion, 1365, out of the fall ram lamb class, Wheaton 23-0027, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio.
Test. There we go. Well, I hope you'll put your hands together for the Dorset exhibitors and the Slick Sheared Show. I think we've had a fantastic set of bucks and ewes, and we get out here for our champion ewe drive. I think you Dorset exhibitors are be commended on the set that you did bring out. I think we've made some major strides in the Dorsets, getting them into some muscularity again, and maybe not the biggest, but they're more productive, I think. Sheep that are just in the right kind of muscle for their frame, and it's always a balancing act of that situation for me. I mean, we can make them big, or we can make them very, very small. We've done that too. Too small to be productive also. So somewhere in between maybe is always a nice thing, but balance seems to be such a boring word, right? Not exciting like the most exotic or the most extended or the most of anything. So sometimes balance and complete become just a plain old word, right? Nobody's excited to hear that. So, but for me, it is a balancing act between muscle and look and structure and all those things put together in one sheep. Then you get the sheep that we're looking for, right? We're trying to put those things together, and I hear these things once in a while. We talk about the hardest one to make. To me, the hardest one to make is the one that has all the muscle and has the look and has the structure to go along with it, and then they go out and perform at your farm. I mean, I've got 300 ewes. I can't be helping every one, so I think we ought to keep that in mind whenever we're looking at these individuals as ewes that'll go home and do their job and present, give us what we weren't looking for, right? A couple of lambs that are really good and built like they are and have the same kind of muscle, have the same look. But that's always a little, maybe not as exciting. I would say, I guess I would be remiss if I didn't mention this person and who I'm thinking about right now is a person that's a mentor to many of us. Just passed away last week. A big part of the sheep industry. Many of us were lucky enough to work under this person and grateful for that too. He added a lot to the sheep industry, and that was one of his things was we've learned that always balance. Ron Gunther passed away last week, and again, a friend, a mentor, teacher to many of us. I think we need to remember him and keep this family in our thoughts. But anyway, we'll get back to the ewe show, and congratulations to these exhibitors. They've been a great set of ewes to work with through. I'm privileged to go out here and select your champion reserve Dorset ewe. There's a great set. Don't be upset if I didn't use yours. It's not personal. I'm just trying to pick the sheep that I think combines a lot of those good things. So congratulations. We'll go out and select your champion reserve ewe.
Slickshorn Grand Champion Pole Dorset ewe goes to entry 1122 out of the Winter ewe lamb class. Bowers 3211, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. The reserve Grand Champion is 1142. 1142 from the Spring ewe lamb class. M. Burns Club Lambs 1852. Northern Oklahoma College, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now ready in the ring for Pole Dorset, Slickshorn Flock. Placing on the slick-sheared flock class and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
Well, we hit the ground running in the U show on your Hamp side, and just a really high quality class, really from top to bottom. Each and every exhibitor that brought one in this particular class should be happy with what they brought. There's some really good ewes, and there's some differences in types and kinds. I think the freshest, the most athletic one that handles with the nicest touch as you read her, and the freshest is going to lead the class. Her blade is right, her angle to her shoulder is very good. You set that one in motion, I like her just as much as I do just standing right there as she stands there. Just a really nice female here to win this class. So the one that comes second is really wide. That one is really wide from edge to edge as you read her on her loin. She's really good in her hips. She gives you a good look from the side. Just not quite as fresh as we see the one that wins. Maybe not quite as nice and extended as we read her out of her neck. But I think one that has a lot of good things and a lot of future. One that comes here in 3 is maybe just getting a notch staler as we read her through her center body. One that maybe set that one in motion. I like to just free her up a little bit as we read her out of her hip and hind leg. Just get her just to be a little bit more athletic as we see her get out and go. But even if you peel some of that bark off, there's still a little bit more sheep in there than the one that comes right behind her. I like the look and design and from when you get off the side of the one that comes in 4. I like that. I like her body, her broodiness as she has. I think if you just put out some of that to cover, I don't think there's near as much ewe there, especially through the center portion of her body. One that I like her from the side. Just wish we could peel some of that off, freshen her up, give her just a notch more hip and stifle and shape as we read her down low to go up any higher. Round up the top 5 with a nice ewe. Need her just a notch more wider as we read her up through her front third. I like to just blend her into her forerib a little bit nicer, give her a little bit more length of body, a little bit more scale to go up any higher, but still a really nice one in that 5th hole. Congratulations, you exhibitors.
placing on the class of Slickshorn, early Slickshorn yearling used for the Hampshire show. First to 1417, Jess 22089, Kenzie Brown, Grapeland, Texas. Second to entry number 1419, Everhart 025, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. Third place to Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 4, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 5, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 6th place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 7th place, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 8th place, Ross Doyle, Pleasant Hill, Illinois. 9, NOC Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 10, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. For the Pole Dorset, best-headed ram goes to entry 971, Reynolds Stock Farm 2204, Sensation, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Now we're showing best-headed ewe. Pole Dorset, best-headed ewe is currently in the ring. At this time, we'd like to announce the Downsboro Sire of the Year Award, and that was McDaniel 21-3. Registration P746902. That animal owned by Harper Nichols of Jerseyville, Illinois. If Harper and her mom and dad had come out and received their award, we need to get a picture of you, and we've got a photographer in the ring to do that, guys. For the Pole Dorset Best Headed Ewe, that goes to entry 1008, Speldy 9547. Beckett Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, out of the fitted yearling ewe class, the late yearling ewe class. That does conclude our Pole Dorset show. Our judge for the slick sheared has been Mike Stitzline of Ohio. And Mike, we do need you to sign the papers, please.
Really nice class on your Hampshire side again. I think it's maybe a little bit more closer for me in the top two. I think they're both really good ewes. Though when you get off on the angles, the rear, the quarter angles, the one that wins does so for me pretty easily in those aspects. That one's big and bold and stout. She is carrying a little bit more maybe condition up over her cage, but I still think there's you get your hands on that one. That one's still incredibly wide from edge to edge. That one's big hipped, big stifled, big at the ground. I maybe like to just kind of elevate her up as you read her up through her front third ever so slightly, but I still think that one offers a lot of unique pieces here in this class. The one that comes in second, you set that one in motion, you like that one. That one holds her blade and shoulder right. That one's level and bold and fresh in her touch, good in her hip. Still a nice ewe, just not quite as much of her. You come around the front side, not quite as opened up the bottom side of her chest, and that little bit of extra width that the class winner possesses, but I still think really just solid, balanced, good female. One that comes in third, another one just a nice breeding ewe. That one is level and sound and big-bodied. A lot of good things about her. Angles are all right. She's sound built. You get your hands on her, just not as good to the touch as we read to the ones right in front. one that comes in 4, one that gives you a nice look, just not a little more immature. As we read that one, you still like her shoulder. Her front third is very, very good. She still tracks out good, just not quite as much sheep. I like to give that one a little bit more width as we read her from front to rear, but her balance and her look and her eye appeal still brings her into that top 5. One to round up to 5 with one that does offer maybe just a notch more width than the one in front of her, maybe just a nicer touch as we read her into a rack. She just gets a little too moderate and too short as we read that one from front to rear to go up any higher. Really nice, classy use.
Over here, we're going to start off the Horn Dorset show with an extremely attractive Horn Dorset ram here. He's one that he comes out and he commands your attention. He's good-footed. He's big-topped. He's level-hipped. Just a really unique individual there. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Hampshires, first place went to 1412. Johnson Family Showstock 22-155 Marianne, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to 1405 Heritage Hollow 2216 Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee. Third, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 4, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 5, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 6th place, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. And 8th place to Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 9th place to Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana.
We get out here in the Horn Dorset side here, and I think we got a logical place in class here. We're going to start off the buck here. Get your hands on him. He's the straightest top buck in the class. He's the longest topped. I think he balances up the best from the side. Get him out on the move. He tracks real freely. That's a nice sheep there. Buck in second, another unique individual. This buck's just, you put your hands on him, super massive, super big tops. Maybe just like to fix him a little bit behind the shoulder blades there, straighten up that top line a little bit to get him to compete with the buck ahead of him. But he's just a big-bodied, big barrel type of buck. That's another good one there too. Buck in third, another buck. He's just getting a little plainer for me compared to the 2 bucks ahead of him. Maybe like to just get him out, give him a little more foot size there to compete. Maybe just lengthen them out just a tick. But he's a super attractive buck. He balances out real well for me. Just 3 really nice bucks to start off your fall buck class here. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted yearling ram class, first place to 867 Oberholzer 2120 Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes for the Hampshire show, first place went to 1429 Eberhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. Second place, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fifth place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Sixth, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. And 7, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. Placing on the class of fitted fall ram lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first to 868, Gadsby 22108, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 871, RB 602, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. And third place to Danny Knapp, Burlington, Wisconsin.
We get out here in the Horn Dorset side here for senior champion ram here, and we got 3 unique individuals here. They're all 3 kind of a little similar in their types and kinds here. They're really well balanced bucks, really good handling bucks when you get your hands on them. Just a few pieces that I like to pick apart about all of them, but I'll go out and I'll show you the 2 I like today, but a really good Dorset bucks show so far.
Senior champion ram for the Horn Dorset show goes to entry 868. First place out of the fitted fall ram lamb class, Gadsby 22108, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Reserve champion goes to the class winner from the yearling ram class, 867, Oberholzer 2120, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Now ready for fitted winter ram lambs. Judging our Horn Dorsets today is Chris Meyer. Chris judged our Pole Dorset Fitted show, and he's back judging our Horn Dorset show. Chris is from Aaronsville, Illinois.
We're going to leave this class the way they came in and stood too. We got a buck that comes in here, and I think he demands to win here. He's one that you get him out and moving. He looks just like that when he's out on the move too. He's straight topped. He's big hipped. He's level hipped. He's just a nice individual to start the class off with. Buck in second, a little smaller version compared to the buck in first. He's another one that's super long-sided, where he beats the one in third. I think he's just a little better down his top than the buck in third, but another one that's really eye-appealing type of sheep. Really nice buck in second. Buck in third, probably the more youthful appearing buck out of the three. Get your hands on him. He's a little leaner compared to the two. He handles with a lot of length of body. He's really good-footed. Really nice individual there. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fitted spring ram lambs for the Horn Dorset National Show. First to entry 876, Smith 2319, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 875, Oberholzer 2303, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And third place to Arthur Nelson, South Shore, South Dakota.
Really nice fall class on your Hampshire side. I think one that just does a lot of good things that's going to lead off. I think where she excels, the one that comes right behind her is just how fresh she is. Her touch is really, really good. Where she hooks up from her blade up into her neck is really good. You set that one in motion. She keeps her chest, her blade, her shoulder design all stays true and sound. A good moving one, good looking one, just a really nice one there. Big round, big body one that comes here in second. That one gives you a little bit more width and expansion as you read her from front to rear, maybe than the class winner. You get your hands on her, just not quite the touch. I'd like to change her as she comes up out of her neck into her shoulder as we read her back into her hip. I'd just like to firm her up as we read her into her rack and right at her loin, but I still think a nice one. You set that one in motion. I don't like how she kind of carries her front third comparative to the class winner, but I think those are two really nice ones there. One that comes in third, one that you set him in motion. I like her compared to the one that's right behind her. One that gives you some extra length of body. That one is good and shapely on the top side of her skeleton, has some shape, has some body. I like that. I like to just maybe change her rear hock structure ever so slightly when she gets out in the move, but I still think a nice one there in third. Four is the big stout, the robust one, is a little bit more moderate, a little bit shorter. I like to just change her in how she's designed up through her front third, how she looks into her shoulder, her angle from her shoulder down into her forearm at the knee. I like to just give her more elevation and extension as we read her up through her front third. Round out the top five with just a nice balanced production type view that's big bodied, sound moving. You get your hands on that one, just not quite as much sheep and true muscle density as we see comparative to the ones right in front of her. Another high quality class.
We get out here on the slick sheared Horn Dorset side here, and we got one. The young couple here bring into us that's super elevated into the front end there. I dead level down that top. I really appreciate how he gets out over the hip there. Just a really neat individual when you step back and just analyze that one. There's not too much wrong with that one. Buck in second. If you're wanting a big ribbed, big barreled, big muscular type of ram, this is your guy. I mean, this buck getting a little heavy in the front end for me. Maybe don't handle his wheels as well as the buck ahead of him, but a really big barreled type of sheep. Both bucks are really nice. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted spring Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 876 Smith, 2319 Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place to 875 Oberholzer, 2303 Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And third to Arthur Nelson, South Shore, South Dakota. Placing on the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, first to 874 Gadsby, 2344 Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Second place to 880 Oberholzer, 2219 Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the class of Slickshorn Senior ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first place went to 1438 Poe, 23084 Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. Second to 1435 Grandview, 2303 Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Third to Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to Sarah, J.C., and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fifth place to Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 6 to Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. 7 to Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 8th place to Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. 9 to Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. And 10 to 1441 Vivian M. Stephenson.
What a senior drive. Just 6 high quality ones. It's fun to sort through some of these classes. They're different types and kinds, and that's okay. I think just a really good sheep, and they come in all different sizes and kinds. And I really like these 6. I think it comes down to about half of that for where I'm going through. I think for me, there's one that wins, and then it gets a lot closer for reserve. But I think just a great set of senior females. We'll go pick the 2 that I like. But if you would put your hands together for these guys out here doing a great job.
We get out here for junior champion hornbuck here, and we got our 2 class winners on this side. I think they're both really, really unique, and they both bring a little different, but at the same time they bring the same thing. We got a fall buck, or not fall buck, the earlier buck lamb, or the fitted buck lamb up here. He's one, super complete, super in a lot of aspects, straight down the top. You get him out on the move, tracks really neatly, maybe like to get him to track a little wider off those back wheels, but that's just being critical. Maybe a little more extension up through that front end. Then we got a slick buck back here, super long-sided. I like his front end extension. He gets out when he tracks. Maybe he gets a little long in his pasterns on his moving, but he's a little wider tracking base than the buck ahead of him. But I'll go out, and if you can tell, it's between these 2 right now, but I'll go out and show you the one I like today.
For the Hampshire show, our Slickshorn Senior Champion ewe was 14-17 out of the early Slickshorn Yearling ewe class, JESS 22089, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. The reserve Senior Champion 1438 from the Slickshorn March, or Slickshorn Senior ewe lamb class, Poe 23084, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. For the junior champion in the junior champion ram in the Horn Dorset show, it was 874 from the Slickshorn class, Gadsby 2344, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. The reserve junior champion came from the fitted spring ram lamb class, entry 876, Smith 2319, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois.
Let's put our hands together for this Dorset Buck show here, on the horn side here. We got 4 outstanding individuals here, and I mean, coming out here, I mean, this is an elite set, really. I mean, you're looking for sound, functional Horn Dorset Rams with, straight tops, long tops, good on feet and legs. They got the show ring presence and everything else. These are the bucks. I mean, you can breed a lot of use to any one of these bucks and be happy, I think. But I'll go out and show you my favorite today and the second favorite. But a really good set of Dorset horn bucks here. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Horn Dorset Ram is our senior champion. Out of the fitted fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 868, Gadsby 22108, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion. Out of the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, Gadsby 2344, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. We are now ready for best headed ram for the Horn Dorsets. Best headed ram for the Horn Dorset show came out of the yearling ram class, that only entry, but our reserve senior champion. Entry 867, Oberholzer 2120, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania.
A real challenging class of Horn Dorset ewes here. There's 5 individuals out here in this front lineup. They all bring something to the table and something good to the table. You were going to start off with, I think, just structurally and balance-wise, she's the ewe to run with today. She is one of the straightest topped ewes in the class. I like how she sets her feet in better than the ewes behind her. She's big-topped, level-hipped. She's the ideal for me to ewe today. The ewe in second, she's probably the best built body-wise ewe in the class. Super long-topped, dead level down the top, big old hip on her. One that's just getting a little straight off those back wheels, a little longer passion. Really appreciate the extension out through her. She just, longer and longer we stood out here, she just got a little soft on me. Big barreled ewe in third. I mean, when you talk about just a barrel, she's big barreled. She's got a nice top in her. She's another one. Needs a little more set to her back wheels, maybe a little more extension up through that front end, and she could roll ahead of the 2 ahead of her. Then we find here in fourth, probably the most fault-free ewe in the class. Just giving up the extra size and capacity to use ahead of him. She's not as big a hip as the ewes ahead of her. You know, one that you'd like to maybe give her a little more extension, but there's nothing really wrong with that female. She's just coming in a little smaller package. Ewe in fifth, another ewe that you get behind her. She don't have the base width that you'd like, one that you'd like to just jack her up in the front end, but she's another big top, big rib type of female, but a really good class of Dorset females.
Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry number 897, Oberholzer 2118, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 895, Paular Castle Debya 8762, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third place, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth place, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Sixth place, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Seventh place, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And eighth place, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Well, really nice class to get into ewe lambs, and it took maybe a little bit longer to sort through them, but there's so many different types and kinds, and but I think the 2 that are going to be at the top end are very much my kind. They're great looking, they're smooth built, they're wedgie backed, they're great in their chest floors, their shoulder angles. The one that wins the class is so good at the top of her shoulder, progressively gets wider as you read that one all the way back to her pin set. Her underline is near perfect. You set that one in motion, that one's still very, very mobile. Looks like a female, yet still has that extra width and shape that I like. Still gives that shape down low, and she gives enough of it. Just a really, really nice one. The one that's going to come second, just not quite as smooth, not quite as much sheep. You get up right behind her, not quite as full coming into her forerib as we see in the class winner, but still one that just really good chested, really good shouldered, gives a nice swoop to the center portion of her rib. Just a really like a female I really like there in 2. Just kind of the more immature Reading one that comes 3. I think one that has a lot of future. Very similar to our first 2. Really good chested, good through her center body, just not quite as much sheep today, and that's okay. I still think that one's built too good moving to go any lower like that one in third. Fourth place, just a stout, smooth built one. I like that one's width at the top of her shoulder all the way way back to her hip. She puts it in just a smoother, nicer, more uniformative package compared to the one that's going to come right behind her. I like that quite a bit on her. One that rounds up our top 5, just big, stout. Like to just peel a little bit of bark off that one as we read that one, but still you like that one's muscle shape and power. She comes to the ground. Set that one in motion. Just like to see her just kind of get out and go and be a little bit more freer and easier and have a little bit higher at the top of her shoulders when you set that one in motion. Really nice class.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted yearling U class, first place went to 897 Oberholzer 2118 Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second place to 895 Paul Castle W 8762 Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third to 896 Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth to Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 5 to Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 6 to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 7 to Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And 8 to Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn January ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first went to entry 1458 K Poe 2005 Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Second place to 1448 Hogger 23074 Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Fourth place to Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Fifth place to Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 6 to Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 7th place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 8th to Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 9 to Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 10 to Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin.
extremely challenging class of slick Dorset horn Dorsets here, and the one I'm going to use, I think, when you start putting this one checks the most boxes for me. You put your hands on her, she's straight topped. She's well balanced when you get off to the side. I think she's got an adequate head on her. Her feet and legs get out and travel. She gets out and move fairly decent for me. I think she's got the most extras in this class with front end extension to length the body. She's going to win it here for me today. The U in second, really, I started falling for this U more and more as the class went on. One that, yeah, I'd like to give her more flank down there and drop her, but super attracted to female. She's straight down her top. She gets out in the ring and she moves. You get behind her, she's wide base and she's still pretty lean in her condition. She don't have much fat on her. She's a really nice U too. U in third, a big barreled type of female. U that she's really compact. You get her out on the move. She don't stay as true in her spine when she gets out on the move. One that's carrying a little more pounds of condition compared to the two ahead of her, but a really attractive, complete U in here in third. Another one here in fourth, one that I think's just getting out horsed by the U's ahead of her, just in terms of extension and length of body. One that's getting a little soft on her back wheels as she's staying out here, but a super complete, big, bold, level topped, nice U there. U in fifth, another U here that's got some muscle shape and expression, but you get her out on the move, she's a little tracky. You know, I think maybe put a little better head on her. Just proportion her up a little better. I mean, she's got a lot of muscle in the rear leg. I don't like quite how she ties into her back 1/3 of her skeleton there, but they're really attractive females here for the Horn Dorset show.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes, first place for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to 902 Sink Paget 1890, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Second place to 907 Gadsby 2149, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Third to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth to Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 5 to Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. 6th place, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. 7 to Cooper Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 8th place to Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Horn Dorset show, first place goes to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Third place, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware.
get into the Horn Dorset ewe lambs here, and we got one I think that kind of floated to the top now. When you start analyzing this sheep, she's the straightest down her top. She's the longest topped ewe. I really love her extension up through that front end. She gets out on the move. She moves pretty adequately for me today. When you put your hands on her, I think that's where she starts to excelling the rest of the class here. She's the extremely wide top type of sheep, and she just blends it so much better than the two behind her. You in second, big barreled type of female, one that you could maybe give her a skosh more length of body compared to your class winner there. She's another one that's a big hip. She's not quite as good behind the shoulder blades as the ewe in first place, but really a nice female there too. You in third, a real attractive, youthful looking type of female. One that's she's a little leaner in her makeup compared to the two ahead of her, but one you'd like to maybe just jack up in that front end extension comparable to her rear 1/3 compared to the two ewes ahead of him, but a really good footed type of female that's got a bright future. You in four, a really extended, attractive type of female where she don't quite keep up with the other ones. When she gets out on the move off those back wheels, she don't track quite as neatly and she don't stay together out on the move as like the three ahead of her. Then we're going to round out the class here with another one of the bigger volume type of females in the class. She don't quite tie as neatly as the ewes ahead of her, up in the shoulder blades behind. Up on her top line, and she's probably not the levelest out over the hip compared to the ewes ahead of her, but a big volume and a good ewe there too.
Placing on the pair of yearling ewes. Was that? Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 916, Kendrick 2219, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Second place to entry number 917, Paul R. Castle, W. 8838, Lady May, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio.
Let's go ahead and give her put our hands together for a round of applause for the Horn Dorset exhibitors here. It's been a privilege to sort your Horn Dorsets, the Poll Dorset too. So I thank Louisville, I thank the Dorset breed for inviting me and having given me the privilege to come evaluate them and giving you my opinion. You might not like it or you might like it. I'm fine with it either way. I'm happy with the ones I chose today. And but we got a bunch of females out here that are all good, I think. I mean, we're at Louisville on the green shavings, so it's really tough to say you didn't bring a good one if you stood third, because the third place one's a good one too. But I'll go out and I'll show you the two I like today. Congratulations again, and it's been a privilege.
Our Horn Dorset Senior Champion ewe was the first place fitted yearling ewe, 897 Oberholzer 2118 Emma Oberholzer, East Earle, Pennsylvania. The Reserve Senior Champion was the class winner of the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, 916 Kendrick 2219 Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Now ready in the ring for fitted late fall ewe lambs.
Over here on the Hamp side, just a super deep set of ewes, and just so different types and kinds, and throughout this whole entire class. But I think there was a lot of really high quality ones. These two on the top end, I think, just give me that extra shot of length and look, and you still set them in motion, that they still get out and move. The one that leads off, just a little nicer as you read her on the top side of that one's skeleton. That one's touch is very good. She's still fresh. She still handles really good. Her shoulder blade, her forearm all the way down is very nice. Big old hip, big stifled. Just a nice ewe to go there and to lead the class. One that comes here next, I think you just don't appreciate till you get out here and start studying that one. That one's touch is very good. Top side of her shoulder all the way into her hip. She's got plenty of shape. She's got that extra length and look and mobility that I really like. Just a really nice female. Not near as big fuzzy legged as maybe we see it on maybe either end, and that doesn't take away from her. I still think that one's just a really nice female. Breeding female, still has plenty of shape. One that comes third just has a good touch. That one's really good in the top side of its skeleton. That one's big and bold and stout and plenty dense in the amount of shape she does possess. For me, she just gets a notch shorter bodied. I'd like to just give that one more extension as we read that one from front to rear. Still, that one's way good. One that comes fourth, just a little more immature at where she's at for me, and her handle. I like to just fill her out right in from her hip area to make her blend just a little bit nicer into her loin. But I still think that one's good bodied, good chested, really nice one there. And four, round up the top five with another big stout one. I like to just bring her down her tail head ever so slightly, just give her just a little bit more smoother transition from her loin to her hip. But a really nice class, top to bottom.
Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class for the National Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry 1489, Johnson 2264, Sarah J.C. Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 1477, Nickel 2302, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Third, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth place, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Fifth place, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 6, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 7, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 8, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. 9th place, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. And 10th place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin.
Really intriguing top pair of Horn Dorset ewes here. Really, I think they're both elite in my book here. What separates them, I think, this first ewe, I think, ties together a little better in a few areas here. She ties together better up in her front end. I like the extension up through that. You like the design out over that hip. You like how she gets out and travels just a tick better than the ewe in second. I think that's where she gets around the ewe in second. Ewe in second, another beautiful type of ewe, another long-bodied, long-topped ewe, and I think that's where she excels the ewe in first, just a little more longer top. But I think if we get her out and track her just a little more neatly compared to the ewe in first, I think she could push the other one, and run away with the class today. Ewe in third, another really long-bodied type of female, one that's got some extension up in the front, up through the front end. And that's where she excels. The ewe in fourth. Ewe in fourth, another super complete type of female. She just don't have enough gas and extras, to compete with the ewes ahead of her. She's just not long enough bodied, maybe not enough extension up through the front end, and I just don't see as much future compared to the ewes. Then we're going to round out the class with the ewe in fifth, another big, bold type of female. She just gets a little more coarser made for me compared to the ewes ahead of her. Maybe not as neat off her back wheels as the ewes ahead of her, but a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class. First place to entry 923, Paul R. Castle, W8871, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to 920, Ridge Betts 613, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Third place to Colton Rummel, Sheridsville, Ohio. Fourth place to Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. And 5 to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
get out here in the slick Horn Dorset ewe lamb class, and I think there's one that it floats to the top. I think pretty easily for me, honestly. She's the one of the most extended ones when you get off to the side up through her front end. She's one of the cleanest ones up through her front end. She still has that muscle shape down her top. She's level out over that hip. Adequate on her feet and legs there. Got a good foot under her there. You look at her and step off. You put your hands on her. She's got a lot of muscle tone from front to rear. She balances up the best for me today. You in second, I think, closely follows her. Just giving up a little shape to her compared to the class winner there. But another one elegant up through that front end. Maybe a little more refined compared to the U up there, but super long top. Get your hands on her, you're not disappointed. There's a lot of future in that ewe lamb too. The different one in the class is in 3 here. Big muscled up one here. One that, yeah, it's got some front end extension and stuff, but you step off to the side and it's just more rounder in its shape from front to rear. The muscle's more round. You get out behind it, instead of having the flat wide hip, it kind of rounds off for me today. But that's a big powered up Dorset horn female there. You in fourth, another super complete ewe. You can't find too many faults in this ewe other than saying she just don't have the extras compared to the ewes ahead of her. She don't have the length of body. She gets out and moves, but she just don't show me as much future as the ewes ahead of her either. We're going to round out the class with another big, bold type of female, one that's got a few more problems for me. Clean her up in her brisket there a little bit. You put your hands on her. She's not as true down the top as the 4 ahead of her, but she is a little longer sided than the ewe ahead of her. But just one, if you just clean up the brisket a little bit, I think we could have rolled a place or two higher with her. Congratulations.
Well, another high quality class of ewe lambs, and I think really like these top 2 that are in this class. I think one's maybe just a little bit bigger in its skeleton than the other, but I think both of them are very good. I think the way both of them blend and are smooth and good looking. They're wedgie built, but they're females. Just really nice. Like the one that wins. You set that one in motion. The way she holds that shoulder and that neck on the move is where it kind of separated between the 2. That one, you get behind that one. She's wedgie built. I like that. She's good muscled. She's good footed. Really like that one to win this class. I think the one that comes 2 is very intriguing, and I like a lot of things about that one. Is she going to get maybe big enough? We'll see what happens. But I think one that's so smooth. You set her in motion, didn't want to quite hold her shoulder, maybe quite as nice as the class winner, but man, that one is awfully good. The one that comes third is big and stout and bold, and I like that. Not near as smooth. I like the smoothing her out from her shoulder back to her hip, just transitioning and smoothing that muscle out to go up any higher in this particular class. But a nice female. One that comes four, big bodied, plenty of muscle shape, not quite as nice at the top of her shoulder, the way she blends in and into her rack there. I like her boldness, though. I like her femininity, her sweep to her rib cage, her soundness on the move. I like that. Just like to change her right there to go up any higher. Round out the top five with one that I really like as well, just some more time. I think that one's got a lot of future. Just kind of ran out of gas compared to the ones here in front of her, but I still think that one's awfully good. Really nice class of ewes.
Placing on the class of March and later born ewe lambs for the Slickshorn Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry 1507, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. Second place to 1518. Northern Star Livestock Service 23023, Hudson Hertz, Zephyr, Texas. Third place to 1500, Sarah J.C. Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth to Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. Fifth, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Sixth place, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Seventh place, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Eighth place to Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 9, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And 10, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois.
Get out here on the fitted Horn Dorset side here, and we got 5 elegant females in this class, and this was tough. I mean, you could sort these several different ways, you know, in my opinion, but I'll tell you how I see them here today. The one we're going to run with here, I mean, just look, she's really elegant when they get her all propped up. Where she excels the class by a mile, I'd say, is, I mean, she looks that good when she's stuck, and then when she gets on the move, she still looks that way. She's the widest base female we got. She wedges just right. Maybe, I don't know, I guess you could argue, maybe give her a little more extension compared to a couple of them back in the back of the class here, up through that front end. But boy, that's a pretty sound and elite female there too. The ewe in second, I think that one closely follows her. I mean, that ewe's almost like her sister sometimes, but she's that good. She's good-footed, maybe not as good off that back 2 wheels as the ewe ahead of her, maybe not as good behind the shoulder there, and maybe not as wide-based, but that ewe's still wide-based, super attractive up through her front end. That's a nice female. The ewe in third, another ewe that's super wide-based, and that's why she lands there. One that don't quite have the length of body as the ewe ahead of her, the 2 ewes ahead of her, but that's a super complete, good-footed, good extended type of female. Ewe in fourth, another really attractive female. I mean, I contemplating a time or two, you know, super youthful, to use her up several places higher. One that's dead level down her top. My problem when you're comparing to the 3 females ahead of her, you get behind her, base width is just not there compared to the ewes ahead of her. But super good footed though too. Just an attractive youthful female there. Ewe in fifth, she's a good one too. I mean, this ewes dead level down their top, but when you start comparing her the ewes ahead of her, she's not as wide based, maybe not as level hipped as the ewes ahead of her, but a really nice female there. Congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset, our Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class, first place was entry 926. Bet Sheep Farm 624, Bet Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Second place to 929. Ridge Bets 611, Bet Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Third place, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Fourth place, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 5, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 6, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. 7, Logan Minter. 8th place, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Placing on the class of fitted winter ewe lambs, first to 937, Smith, 2318, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 936, Gadsby, 2312, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Third to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 5, Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. –
we got a pair of ewe lambs in this class, and I think you can give or take a little bit. But with you, we're going to start with. I think she's super youthful. When she gets out on the move, she holds herself together a little better, but she's super attractive on the side here. She's straight in her lines, level down her top, just really extended up in front. I think that's where she kind of excels you in second. You in second, another maybe bigger, bolder type of female. She's a little more round-ribbed than the ewe ahead of her, maybe don't quite have the levelness over the top, but two outstanding females. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted spring ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to 940, Sink Paget 1956, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana, second to 939, Route 862, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
A really nice junior champion drive on your Hampshire side. Just some really quality classes. All you breeders should be commended on bringing out just a whale of a set of junior ewes. And there's lots of different types and kinds. And I sorted out to the 6 that I liked. I thought just a great set. Won't go down through and talk each one of them, but I think for me, there's 2 that kind of surface to the top that we're going to go from. But I think both of them are very, very good. It's little differences here and there. But I think one maybe just gives you just a notch more fresher, cleaner look, that maybe that extra shot of length of body and look as well. But I think both of them are very, very high quality. I'll go out here and show you the 2 I like. If you would put your hands together for all these exhibitors, great show.
The Slickshorn Junior Champion ewe for the Hampshire Show is entry number 1507, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. The reserve Junior Champion was 1458 out of the January ewe lamb class, Capo 2005, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana.
Well, what a great conclusion here to our Hampshire classes and in this U championship drive. I think just a great show. When I got asked to do it, I jumped on it. It's just an opportunity to step foot in and judge on the green shavings in a breed that has run very, very deep in our family. It's something that I have a passion and a love for the Hampshire breed, and to be able to come out here and sort them in the open show means a lot. I don't take it lightly. I think I come up with 4 that I really, really like, and there was way more than 4. Some of them classes were honestly deep all the way through, and for you breeders, should be commended on the set that you brought and that you're raising and that you like to look at every day, and that's the most important. I just get to pick the few that I like to look at right now. You have to look at them every day, and so do we at our place. So. Great set. Just been a great afternoon sorting through them. I'll go show you the 2 that I like. I think it's close. But there's 2 of them that I just they came out of a really, really stout division, and we're going to stick with them today. But I think just 4 awesome ewes. If you would put your hands together for all these breeders on a great set of females, we'll go show you the champion reserve.
Get into this slick horn Dorset class here, and I think we got 2 that kind of separated themselves eventually from the class here. They're both, you get your hands on them, extremely leveled on that top. You know, where I see the difference is right now, I mean, the one in the first, she's carrying a little more extra bark than the one second, but when you put your hands on her, she's so bigger ribbed, so bigger rack there compared, and she's just further along right now. The ewe in second, yeah, really attractive, really balanced type of female. I just don't think she don't have anything extra at this point in her maturity compared to the ewe ahead of her. You know, super attractive. You know, we'll see what happens a year from now, but I think those are 2 elite females there. Ewe in third, another ewe that's similar to them, but she just gets a little more rounder over the hip for me. But you get your hands on her, she's big rib, deep bodied, and handles really well. Just one that just like to maybe just not round her out of the hip as much as compared to the 2 ahead of them, but a really attractive female there in third. Ewe in fourth, another really attractive female there, just coming in a little smaller package compared to the ewes ahead of her, just a little more compact. I'd like to just explode her out, maybe give her a little extra extension up through the front end or lengthen her out, but a really attractive, nice female there in fourth. Ewe in fifth, alongside female here, one that you got to appreciate for that, one that just don't blend together like the ewes ahead of her, don't quite level out over that hip compared to the ewes, but a really nice ewe there. We got a big rib, big volume type of ewe here in sixth. One that just don't balance up for me, don't tie into the neck and shoulder structure as well. Maybe not as good out over that, out behind the shoulder blades like the ewes ahead of her, but a really big volume, good ewe there too. Congratulations.
Placing on the ewe lamb class. Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class for the Horned Dorsets. First place goes to entry 947, Gadsby 2323, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 942, Smith 2321, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to Cody Nicholson Stratton, Ferndale, California. 4 to Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 5 to Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And 6 to Samantha Hammiller, Burlington, Wisconsin. For the Slick Shorn portion of our Hampshire show, our premier exhibitor was Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. We're now showing Best-Headed Ewe, Best-Headed Hampshire Ewe.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Skip Anderson, and new for 2023 and going forward is we've got a new award that we developed for the Best Headed Hampshire Ewe Award. Those of you that have been in the sheep industry for quite some time probably knew Denise Deal. Denise Deal was a Hampshire breeder from Ohio. She was a person who loved her sheep and loved her family, and last year Denise passed away, unfortunately, to her battle from cancer. And when we reached out to the family, we talked about what would be something that we could do to honor Denise for her interest and passion in Hampshire sheep. And she told us, or we were told, that she would love to have the best thing in her sheep project and sheep program was breed type in her Hampshire females. So we developed the Denise Deal Memorial Best Headed Hampshire Ewe Award. We've got a custom-made trophy that will be given out as a traveling trophy going forward, and helping with the family and representing that award. We just like to launch that this year, and it's exciting to see all these Hampshire breeders bringing out some great type females here today. So looking forward to present this award to a new winner.
Placing on the Horn Dorset pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Third place, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Fourth, Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And 5, Campbell Reese.
What's up? It's a pleasure to give away this trophy that we have for the first year. We're glad to see so many people that came out for the Best Headed Hampshire female. And anyway, today, to cut short, we're going to use this young man that's second from this end right here in the green shirt as the best headed female.
We get out here for junior champion Hornew, and I think in this lineup it is extremely good quality from the slicks to the fitteds. But there's three in my mind that kind of jump out, and they jumped out to me in class there. And I'll go show you the two I like out of the best, but extremely deep and powerful set of females here. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for these the final drive on these Horn Dorset U show here. It's been great. It's been exciting from front to rear. You know, I'm not the type of person to do this, but I'm going to use both of you lambs for your champion reserve. I mean, I think I fell in love with both of these when they entered the class. I think they're pretty elite. Nothing taken away from the senior champions, but this has been a good set of females. Congratulations.
really nice set of rams and breed character. I think it was close between a couple. I think one just kind of more gravitated towards the top. That'd be the ram right here on this end. He's going to be your best breed character ram. Congratulations.
Our junior champion for the Horn Dorset, Junior Champion U, was entry number 923, which was out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Paul R. Castle, W8871, Page Mentor, Brook, Indiana. Reserve junior was 937. 937 was Smith, 2318, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, with the fitted winter ewe lamb. And those were also our grand and reserve grand champion. Our best headed ewe for the Hampshire show came from the fitted show, March Ewe Lamb, entry number 1327, Alf 38023, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin.
We've made up our mind real quick. So without further ado, our mixed pair is going to be this slick pair right here with had the champion ram in it and the February ewe lamb. I think they just match up really well. So that'll be your first place or winning mixed pair.
For our best headed ram for the Hampshire show, it was from the February fitted class of Ram Lambs. Entry number 1197, Plaza Hamps, 1683, Bradley Payne, Agency, Missouri. The mixed pair class winner was Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And our best headed ewe for the Horn Dorset show came from the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, 916 on the entry, Kendrick 221, Campbell Reese, Chesterfield, Ohio. And the placing on the flock class for the Horn Dorset show, first place goes to Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And the third place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. That does conclude our Horn Dorset show. Our judge has been Chris Meyer of Illinois. We'll take just a short break to get ribbons and stuff laid out before we go into the next show. Next show will be Columbia's. For the National Hampshire Show, the winner of the young flock class was John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. The special awards given out during the National Hampshire Show. The Jim Kretcher Trophy is a traveling trophy given in honor of Jim Kretcher, the former executive secretary of the American Hampshire Sheep Association, presented to the exhibitor with the first place mixed pair. The Flock Challenge Cup, presented in honor of D.L. and R.E. Chapman, breeders of Hampshires for over 50 years, sponsored by Chapman Sheep Farm of South Rockwood, Michigan, given to the flock winner. And the Roy Gilman Memorial Award in honor of Roy Gilman, who was the American Hampshire Sheep Association Executive Secretary from 1956 to 1975. That award given for the first place young flock. Placing on the Hampshire flock class, first place goes to Sarah, J.C., and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. Fourth, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Fifth place, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois. And sixth, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. That does conclude our National Hampshire shows. Our judges have been Tom Gilmore and Kyle Fleener. Judging our Border Cheviot National Show today is Jeff Rapaski of Lonsdale, Minnesota. Jeff is a full-time farmer. They raise Southdowns, among other things. He's also a Southdown board member for several years. And doing the Columbias today is Justin Benz of Wamego, Kansas. Justin is the Northeast Regional Supervisor with the Kansas Department of Agriculture in the Meat and Poultry Inspection Division. He's a partner with his family in with the Rambouillet flock. Let's welcome both Justin and Jeff to our shows this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And one of the neat things about the time we live in, I got a Facebook notification today that 11 years ago today, I actually judged the Columbia show. So that was my first time on the green chips, and so judging, and so it's really a pleasure to be here and an honor to be asked to come back and do them. Two really good yearling rams to start with, and they are very different in their type and kind. Both have some really good pieces. Both have some things I kind of want to change about them. The ram that wins the class is enormous. I don't know if he's the biggest buck in the barn, but he's probably close to it, no matter what breed you want to talk about. And there's a lot of sheep there. He's extremely long-bodied. He's big and he's massive. And for a sheep of that size, he can still get out and fill his track. I think he's got a little bit of flexibility off of either end. I mean, we can pick him apart there, but I think there's a lot to like there. He's got a good fleece on him, a lot of good things in that buck. The ram there in two is the stouter featured sheep. He's bigger footed, he's heavier boned. He's the sheep that I like when I get my hands on him because he's rounder ribbed. He's got more top and hip dimension too. Well, I don't know about hip dimension, but certainly more top and rack in him, and he's bigger in his forerib. At the same time, he gets shorter bodied by a fair margin compared to our class winner. And probably a bigger issue for me is when that buck gets it in motion, he gets really uncoordinated off of his back too and wants to kind of circle him instead of get in and plant. But two really nice rams. Congratulations.
Over here on the Cheviot side, I'm going to elect to start with the yearling buck, a buck that I think is, when you get your hands on him, there's just more of him down his top and out through his hip. A buck that's really good about his type. He's short-eared, a buck that gets around the ring really free and easy, and I really like him on his feet and legs, and especially down into his pasture areas. A little bigger buck, appearing bigger buck here in the second hole, a buck that's got a little more wool on him compared to our class winner, a buck that when you get him out and around the ring, I'd like to just change him off his front pasterns a little bit, but I think two really high quality individual yearling bucks up here on the top end. Then we come into a couple bucks, a buck next in line, a really long-sided buck real long from his 13th rib back. He gets a little rougher in his top line for me today compared to his two contemporaries above him. Then we round out the class a little smaller frame buck. It just gives up the natural thickness compared to some of the ones right above him to get any higher today. Nice class. Let's give him a nice round of a hand.
Placings on the Columbia yearling ram class. First place to entry 334. Worm 244, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second place to entry 333, C. Copeland 0344, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the yearling rams for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 70, Coil 22-1, Cash Coil, Fortville, Indiana. Second to entry 068, Kuykendall 1225, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Third to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And fourth place to Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana.
Not very many, but two really high quality fall ram lambs here, and they've got some similarities. Both are big top, big hipped, heavy muscled kind of sheep that have some rib and dimension, and those are things I get excited about. The ram that wins the class is a sheep that I think has a little bit more extension to him. He's laid back a hair bit more in terms of his shoulder, gets a little more elevated in his chest floor. I appreciate those things about him. I think when you combine the extension and look he's got to his front end with that power he's got coming out of his shoulder and into his forerib, I think that makes him a really, really unique sheep. I will say I want to change his hock just a little bit. He gets a little close there on the move, but I think outside of that, an extremely good one to start the class with. The ram there in 2 is a really highly functional sheep, and I love the center body and dimension and overall mass that sheep has. A ram that gets maybe a hair lighter in terms of his bone work, but a ram that gets just plainer in his kind and just a little bit more shoulder in him as we compare him to our class winner, a little bit more compact in his kind. Both very good fleece sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on our senior Ram Lamb class for the Columbia show, first place goes to entry 335, Worm 347, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. The second place animal to 337, Worm 302, also Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready to show for senior champion in reserve.
We're on the fallback side on the Chevy. It's the buck I'm going to start with. I think he just stays together better, especially in his underline when you get him into motion. A buck that's got some natural thickness working down his top. He's easily the 13th, or easily the longest from his 13th rib back, and he's real long in his hind saddle. A buck that's nice in his shoulder, way it lays, and he gets around the ring. I'll be the first to admit, all 3 bucks, I'd like to change their ear set about them a little bit. I think they get out wider on their skulls for me today, but we got that problem in all 3, and I think he's probably as good. His ear set is as good as anything we got in the class, so we're going to run with him. The buck in second, he's a little thinner. He's a little greener than our contemporary that we went in the class with. I think he put some pounds on this sheep. I think he pushes this class winner awful hard. Another buck that's real long from his 13th rib back. A buck that's got a real nice hip on him. He gets around the ring really nice and free and easy on his feet and legs. Like I said, when you get your hands on him, there's just not as much turn to his rib compared to our class winner, and he gets a little higher in his spine or his chime compared to our class winner, but I think a lot of that is due to condition compared to our class winner. The buck that we round out third, another real long-sided buck. A buck that for me gets a little deeper in the front third of his body compared to his flank. A buck that when you get your hands on him, he's another buck that's super, super green. If we can just add some more natural thickness compared to the 2 right above him, we can probably get him up in line further.
Here on the Columbia side, senior champion Ram. I think we got 2 really good class winners to vie from, 2 good seconds as well. There's one Ram that really suits me a lot better in terms of the kind of sheep I like. He's got more shape and dimension coming out of his top and more center body dimension and rib. That's the fall Ram Lamb. He'll be your senior champion. I'll go back to the yearling for reserve senior. Congratulations.
For the Columbias, our senior champion is entry number 335 from the Senior Ram Lamb class, Worm 347, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. The reserve senior champion is 334 out of the yearling Ram class, Worm 244, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready for early junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the class of senior Ram Lambs for the Border Cheviots. First to entry 73, Black Acres 3, Yellowstone, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to entry 72, Diamond C 0641, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
For your senior champion is Chariot Drive over here in the buck show. For me, I got a pretty easy winner. I'm going to stick with this yearling buck. He'll be your senior champion buck. Just a real massive buck. I really like his breed type in his ear. I just think he's awful complete, and he's really sound when you get him in motion. Like him a lot. I think he gets really close between my second place yearling buck and my fall buck. For me today, I'm going to go ahead and follow up with my second place yearling buck. He'll be your reserve senior champion buck.
For the National Border Cheviot Show, our senior champion Ram was entry number 70 out of the yearling Ram class, Coil 22-1, Cash Coil, Fortville, Indiana. Reserve senior champion was second in that yearling Ram class, entry 68, Kuykendall 12-25, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Now ready for January Ram Lambs.
Nice class of 4, and it takes me back to my judging team days because it's a real placeable class for me. I think we got a really good one up on top. A ram that I love the way he's presented. He's got absolutely no wool on his top. You get your hands on him. He's got the most top and hip dimension. Appreciate that about him. He's got some lower skeleton to him, some base and dimension, big foot, good fleece on that buck. I hate his head, though. He needs to be opened up. He's got way too much wool in his face, but he's still too good not to use. Ram there in second, big extended kind of sheep. I think he just kind of naturally slots into that hole. I think he's maybe not as neat in terms of his structure and movement and balance as the ram that wins the class, but as we compare him to the rams behind, I think he just needs to be there in terms of extension and balance and fleece quality. good fleece ram here in 3, and I like the dimension and the body that he has. He's a little off in terms of his balance. A ram that we put him in motion. I want to change out of his hip and pin set, but I love the functionality and bone work. Very good fleece sheep as well. We round out the class with a ram that I think gets a little shorter coupled on us. I like, again, he's got some dimension. He's got some foot and bone work. A ram that has some cross fibering. As I get down on his side, need to change that about him. But 4 really good rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of early junior ram lambs for the Columbia Show, first place goes to 342, Thiessen 2309 ET Haas, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to entry 345, Worm 351, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third place to Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. And 4 to Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio.
an interesting set of young buck lambs here, and some give and take, I think, in 1 and 2, and that's where I was going back and forth. They're presented very, very differently, and so I think that comes into the equation. The ram that wins the class is what you see, what you get. There's very little wool on that sheep. He's tight down his top. He's tight down his side. You can kind of see everything about him. A ram that I think as I get in and started studying him, I like him a little better off his front too. A ram that I think actually has a little bit more power as you get in front of him and in his chest floor, and opens up into a little bit more forerib for me. And I like his added length of body. The ram there in 2 is a sheep that really looks good from the side, extremely high presented, and they got him tall fronted. I appreciate that about him. A ram, when he goes in motion, I think I want to change out of his pin set and hind legs. A ram I want to change on his front pasterns just a little bit as well. 2 very good rams. Both rams maybe want to tweak a few things fleece-wise on as well. Ram that rounds out the class is probably the best fleece ram in the class. I like that about him. He's the most uniform. A ram that's got good bone. A ram that's got some top and hip dimension. A sheep, when I get in and compare him to the top 2 rams, he gets too short and compact in his kind, and a ram that I need to change in motion a fair bit. But 3 very good rams. Congratulations.
We're on the Chevy buck lamb side. The buck I'm going to elect to start with, I think for me today, this buck, he gets out and he moves the best of anything we got in class. I really like the way he gets out and he goes. The buck, when you get your hands on him, he actually surprises you. He percents out really good from his 13th rib back. When you stand off to the side and start analyzing him, you think, oh, he's going to shorten up. But when you get your hands on him, he's plenty long enough. A buck that I like him about his breed type and his head. A buck that stands on a nice set of feet and legs. Is he the stoutest bone in the class? Absolutely not. But a buck that I just think he's got too many good pieces for me today. I got to use him. The buck in second is the buck. I love this buck from his hooks to his pins. He's broad, he's wide, he's dead level. A buck that I really like him. A buck that, for me today, I'd like to just change him about his hair coat a little bit. And when I get him into motion, he gets a little deeper in his chest for me. I'd like to change that about him. I'd like to just change him a nickel about his front pasterns compared to our class winner. We do that, he wins this class easily. A buck that's real bold and robust in his rib design. I like a lot of things about him. For me today, like I said, I need to change him, especially in his chest floor and his hair coat a little bit to win this class. The buck in third is another buck that percents out real good. Buck that's had a little issues with the wool. Somebody is helping themselves. Wool picking on him, but a buck, he's super straight down his top line. He stands on a really good set of feet and legs. For me today, a buck, he shortens up a little compared to the 2 that's right in front of him as far as his 13th rib back. We need to stretch him out a little to get him to compared to the 2 right above him. The buck we round out the class with, another buck, he shortens up a little. A buck that I'd like to sure just change his hair coat around his eyes for me today. I'd like to just get him go around the ring and especially change him off his front pasterns compared to fix him to get him up higher today.
Placing on the class of January Ram Lambs for the National Border Cheviot Show, first place, the entry 78. Breezeview 3803, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 80, Moore 282, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third place, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to Mark Bernard at New Richland, Minnesota. Placing on the class of late junior Ram Lambs for the Columbias, first to entry 348, Peterson 2325, Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. Second to 347, C. Copeland 0464, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And third to 346, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the pair Ram Lamb class for the Columbias, first place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second to Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota.
Four really high quality rams here in the junior champion drive, and I think if you listen to me in classes, it's pretty easy for me to go with that early January buck lamb for your champion. I think there's a world of good in that sheep, really a neat one. I think reserve probably gets a little closer for me. I think the sheep that gives me a bit more extension and profile is the late ram lamb here. He'll be your reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
Chevy February buck lamb class. The buck I'm going to elect to start with, I'll just be plain simple. He's a notch more bigger in his bone work, and a buck that stays better in his top line, especially in his, up in his loin, his spine, when you put him into motion. That's where we need to change the second place buck to get him around the one we won with today.
For the junior champion on the Columbia side, our junior champion ram was entry 342, Thiessen 2309 ET Haas, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was 348 out of the late junior ram lamb class, Peterson 23205, Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ram. Placing on the Border Cheviot February Ram Lamb class, first place to 84, Blackacre Gold, 034, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to entry 81, Garmin, 231, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
we've had a small but really high quality ram show here on the Columbia side, and if you're watching, you can tell it's a 2-horse race for me. And our two division champions are what's vying for me for champion in reserve. I've talked both of them, and both of them have a problem that I don't like. Okay, the buck lamb here, just way too much wool in his face. I know you guys went and cleaned it out. I've cleaned out a lot of Rambouillet faces. I know what it looks like. The fall buck, I want to change his back too, and I want to change him out of his hock. For me, I go back and forth. I've got to make a decision which buck brings more positive, which buck is maybe easier to fix the problem on. I go back and forth. I think both rams, if we talk about the scope within the Columbia breed, I think they both bring an enormous amount of pieces, an enormous amount of positives that the breed needs. And so I get excited about that. I've got to make a decision. I'll do that here in a second.
On this late class of Chevy buck lambs, I got a pretty easy winner. When he come in, when you get him into motion, I think he just handily wins this class. You get your hands on him, he's really robust and round in his rib cage. Buck that's really lazy and good in his shoulder, his head, neck comes out where it needs to. He's really adequate and he's breed type. I just think he's an awful solid winner to win this class. The buck in second, a real long-sided buck. When you get your hands on this sheepo, he narrows up quite a bit compared to our contemporary. Wins this class, a buck that I just like to relax his top a little bit when we get him into motion. And I can say the same, that's the next three in line. Every one of them bucks, when you get them into motion, they want to come up out of their self. We just need to relax their top lines a little. The buck next in line, for me, a buck, a real stout feature buck as far as his bone work goes. He's real bold and his cage, he's real thick when you get your hands on him. When you put him into motion, this buck really gets high in his spine. I need to fix that a lot. If I could have done that today, he'd have been second pretty handily. The next buck in line, a real pretty headed buck, a buck that stands on a good set of feet and legs. He's real long from his 13th rib back once again. But another bucket, when you get him into motion, we just need to change him about the way he gets out and he travels compared to get him up any higher today. And then we round out the class with a buck. He gets a little more opened up in his blade, right behind his shoulders. When you get him into motion, he wants to get high in his spine. He wants to really get choppy off his rear legs. We got to change that about him to get him up any higher in class today.
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy, its first place goes to entry number 88, Kuykendall, 1261, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 89, Pine Knoll Acres, 2329, Mark and Joe Bernard, New Richland, Minnesota. Third place to entry number 87, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Fourth place to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And fifth place to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Now ready for slick shorn ram lambs. Over on the Columbia side, we just finished selecting Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Our Grand Champion Ram was our Junior Champion Ram out of the early Junior Ram Lamb class, Thiessen 2309 ET, Haas, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. The Reserve Grand Champion was 335, the first place Senior Ram Lamb, and our Senior Champion Ram, Worm 347, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota.
around slick-sheared Chevy at Buckland side. The buck I'm going to start with, I think he lays a little bit better in his shoulder. He's not quite as deep in his chest for a buck that's where he's real long sided buck. He's got some added thickness compared to our second place buck, especially down through his quarter. The buck at second, he percents out really long. I like that about him. A buck that, I don't know, he may have got stepped on a little bit. He's got a knot in that one cord. For me today, we're just going to have to stand him second.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to entry 90, Blackacre Blue 12, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to entry 91, Rinker 2690, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready to show for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Ram.
All right, for your junior champion buck, I think I got in my mind there's 3 bucks that's in contention. For me today, I think it's a pretty easy decision. I'll go out and I'll show you the 2 I like the best.
For the Border Cheviots, our Junior champion was the class winner of the January Ram Lamb class, entry 78, Breezeview 3803, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve junior champion, entry 88 out of the March and later Ram Lamb class, Kuykendall 1261, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Now showing pair of Ram Lambs. We'll follow that with Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Ram, and then Best Headed Ram.
Very good class of yearling ewes, and a lot of differences in terms of type and kind. And I think ringside, you've got a lot of different people that judge shows and evaluate sheep. And I think after the ewe that wins the class, they'd rearrange them in about any way you want to. But that ewe that wins the class does it, and she does it in a heartbeat. Big, correct, well-balanced ewe that's got a ton of mass and power to her. She's good fleeced. She's good looking. She's got pretty much everything you're looking for. A real good one to start with. The UN2, this is a tough sheep to look at, guys. She's a little off in terms of her fit job, some tough things to look at. I think she's the most correct ewe in the class. I think you get in and study this ewe bare bones. She's square in her chest floor. She's square on her feet and legs. She's extremely good down her top line. She's big top. She's big hipped. There is a world of good in that sheep. She's not as big as anything else out here. I don't really care. That's a really good sheep there in 2. The moose is in 3, and that ewe is huge. And she is tall, and she is long, and for a sheep that has that extension and that length of body, she has a remarkable amount of body mass. Love all those things about her. She's got a good fleece on her. I want to change that ewe in motion, and she gets 2 upright off of either end. A ton of good in that sheep. Really good ewe there in 3. Ewe here in 4 is a ewe that I think you get her and they get her stuck here, a ewe that there's a lot to like. I think she portrays with a lot of top and hip dimension. I love her handle. A ewe that I like the rib and how opened up she is. Another very good fleece on that ewe. A ewe, when she goes in motion, wants to get a little short strided off of her back too. If she could reach, pick up and reach off those hind legs, she can move up the line. Ewe that rounds out the class, another ewe that's got some front end extension. I love the center body on that sheep. Again, she gets uncoordinated on the move, gets 2 upright off of either end and wants to roach her loin, but an outstanding set, a real good one up on top. Congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 362, Thiessen, 2212, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to 355, Pitt, 3322, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. Third place, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Fifth place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Sixth place to Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. And seventh place to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the pair of Yearling U class, first place goes to Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. Placing on the Border Cheviot pair Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. And third to Mark and Joe Bernard, New Richland, Minnesota.
I think I got 4 individuals out here. They're a little different. We got the 2 senior champion, the 2 yearling bucks, just big, massive bucks. Got a lot of bone work under them, got a lot of body and substance to them. And you get your hands on them, they're really thick. They got a lot of natural thickness. I like a lot of things about them. When we come into a pair of spring bucks here as your junior champions, we got a really flashy, really pretty buck that doesn't disappoint you when you start and you handle him. He percents out really good. A buck that's got more than enough muscling for me today. Really good when he gets him into motion and gets around the ring. Then we get into the reserve junior buck, a little more opened up in his cage probably compared to our champion buck. A buck for me, he shortens up a little flank to flank. A buck that I'd like to change just a little nickel out of his hip structure compared to the junior champion buck. But there's 4 high quality individual Cheviot bucks. I'll go out and I'll show you the 2 I like the best today.
For our Border Cheviot show, our grand champion Ram was entry number 78, our junior champion out of the January Ram Lamb class, Breezeview 3803, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion was entry number 70, our senior champion out of the yearling Ram class, Coil 22-1, Cash Coil, Fortville, Indiana. Now ready to show for Best Headed Ram. Border Cheviot Best Headed Ram.
Interesting set of fall ewes out here. When there's a lot of give and take, and I don't know, there's one that comes out and slaps me and says I need to win, but I think the ewe that wins the class has a lot of pieces that I like, and she's a ewe that's got some extension and some length of body. At the same time, she's a ewe that's opened up in her chest floor and forerib and carries that back into enough hip dimension and base to her. I appreciate those things about that ewe. I think she's good enough in her fleece. A ewe. Again, we can tweak on the motion a little bit like we can probably with everything in the class. The ewe there in two, another one that, again, from a fit job standpoint is a little different, and I think we can get some challenges there, but I think this sheep in motion is one I like a great deal, and she's flexible off of either end. Her shoulders laid back. I appreciate those things about her. She's got a good fleece, and she balances really well. No, she's not as big as some in the class, but that's okay. You here in three, a real fundamental sheep, and no, she doesn't have the big pieces that the ewe in four has, and I understand that, and she's got too much pigmentation on her. I don't like that about her either, but a ewe for me that's really fundamental in terms of her rib cage, a ewe that's really fundamental in terms of the amount of muscle she's got, and I think she has the structure advantage over the ewes in 4 and 5. The ewe in 4 here, another great big one, and she's extended and she's long bodied and she's got some really unique pieces, a ewe that is not happy to be out here, and I think part of the reason she's not happy to be out here, she's not a big fan of having her head that high, because I think she gets a little too upright in her shoulder, and I want to change her off of either end in motion. If I can do that, I can move her up the line. Ewe here in 5, I think initially you see that ewe and she's pulled apart and she's got some thickness about her, and you like her, and the more I kind of study that ewe, the more off she gets in terms of her balance, and she gets deeper in her chest and a little more upright off of either end, and a hair bit more compact as well compared to some ewes ahead of her, but 5 outstanding Columbia Fall ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Columbias, first place goes to entry 371, Thiessen 2258, Grace Hayes, Durham, California. Second place to 379, Eagleson 0152, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Third to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to Charles and Louise Worm. Fifth place, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Sixth place, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. Seventh place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, and 8 to Arthur Nelson, South Shore, South Dakota.
Four outstanding U's out here for senior champion, and honestly, champion's an easy one. The yearling U does that in a heartbeat for me, and she's your senior champion. Reserve is closer, and I go back and forth, and I think there's good things about both of them. At the end of the day, I'm going to use the fall U for Reserve Senior. Congratulations.
For the Columbia show, our senior champion was our class winner from the yearling U class, entry number 362, Thiessen, 2212, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. The reserve senior champion was our class winner from the fall or senior U Lamb class, 371, Thiessen, 2258, Grace Hayes, Durham, California. Our best headed ram for the Border Cheviot show was shown by Joan Lawrence, and that was our junior champion and ultimately our grand champion ram, Breezeview 3803, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania.
Nice set of Januaries out here in a class that sorts real quick for me. And the ewe that wins the class is obviously the high performing ewe. She's also the most correct ewe when you get her out in motion, has the most flexibility off of either end. She's got some length of body and extension to her. Just a really good sheep to start with. The UN2, a ewe that I like from a length of body standpoint. She's got extension as well. Probably as good of a fleece as we've got in the class as well. Appreciate that about that ewe. She's not as coordinated on the move, and I want to change her out of her hip and hind leg and pin set. The ewe that rounds out the class gets a little shorter bodied on us, gets a little funky on the side as well, but a ewe that you appreciate for the center body dimension she's got and overall capacity. But 3 real nice ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Columbia's, first place to entry 384, Thiessen 2303, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second to 383, Peterson 23101, Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. And third to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
Herrera on this Chevy yearling ewe side. I've got 4 individuals in this top lineup that you can mix them up however you want and justify it plenty easily. This is the way I see them today. This is my opinion. The ewe I'm going to start with up here on the top. For me today, she gets around the ring just super easy, free. She travels really good. I like the way her shoulder lays into her. I like the way her neck comes out of her blade. I think we got 3 of these ewes that got really good breed type. Their hair coat's good on them. I just think this ewe for me, when I get my hands on her, she got that extra pop from her 13th rib back compared to the ewe we got in the second hole. Ewe in the second, love this ewe. As far as the way she's opened up in her cage, her shoulder lays good. Got another really good breed type about her head. When I get my hands on her, like I said, she shortens up a little from her 13th rib back compared to our class winner. Is she the bigger hip one of the two? Absolutely. She's got a little more muscle. If we can just stretch her out a notch, I run this one to the top all day long, every day. The ewe in third. A ewe gets a little plainer in the third of her body compared to our 2 contemporaries right above her. I'm not saying she's deep or she's bad. She just gets a little plainer and she gets a little bit longer bladed compared to the 2 that's right above her. Another ewe that's really nice about her hair coat up in her head. Her ear set's set good. She's long from her 13th rib once again. A ewe that I just like to change a nickel when I get her into motion on them rear legs compared to the 2 that was right above her to get her around them. Then we round out the ewe in fourth hole. A big, massive ewe. When you get your hand on her, she's really robust. Opened up in the center part of her body and her rib cage. For me today, a ewe that gets maybe just a tick coarse in her shoulder compared to the 2 that's right above her. Her neck doesn't tie quite as tidy as the 3 that's right above her today. We need to change that about her to get her up any higher. In class today, I really appreciate the amount of bone that she stands on though. The ewe next to round out the top 5, a really pretty headed ewe. I like her hair coat. I like the way her ears set about her. A ewe for me today, when I get her into motion, I just need to change her the way she travels and off her rear legs to get her up any higher in class today. Really nice class of yearling ewes.
Placing on the Border Cheviot yearling ewe class, first place to entry 109, Breezeview 3772, Miss Joan, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 114, Diamond C 0582, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 4 to John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 5, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. 6th place to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 7 to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 8th to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 9, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 10, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
Really good set of Februaries, and I think we got a really easy place to start. And this ewe's really square in her build, but off of both ends. I appreciate how opened up she is. I appreciate her center body rib and how round rib she is and how big hip she is. At the same time, that's a ewe that really outpaces the class from a structure standpoint. She's the ewe in motion that keeps herself together. She's the ewe in motion that gets out in strides. Really good sheep to start with. UN2's got the best fleece in the class and one of the best fleeces I've seen today. Extremely dense and heavy and pretty, and it's obviously in a climate that helps that, but it's a really short fleece and it's still really good. I love the extension and length of body. I like that ewe when I get my hands on her because there's a whole bunch of sheep there. There's a lot of top, there's a lot of hip. I need to change her off her back legs to get up and compete with the top ewe, but a really neat one there in 2. Ewe here in 3 is one that I think just kind of slides into that spot for me, and she's got some front end extension, she's got some balance. She needs to be extended and lengthened out. I think that's her big problem, but I like her from a structure and balance and fleece quality standpoint. You here in 4, another one that kind of just fits into that hole for me. I think she's got a major advantage structurally over really the next probably 4 or 5 ewes in class, and that's why she goes there. In 4, she's got some flexibility off of either end. Again, she gets too short-bodied, she gets too short-coupled, a little, but again, a really good kind of fundamental sheep there in 4. You here in 5 is a big, extended kind of sheep, and standing still, this ewe looks like she should be moved up the line quite a ways, and I appreciate that about her. Really the same story with that ewe and the ewe that went out that was designed a lot like her. Really extended sheep, both ewes I need to change structurally, and they get too upright in their shoulder, they get too rigid in their spine, ton of good in them otherwise. Really outstanding class of Februaries all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia February ewe lamb class, first place to 388, Bauk 23-39, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to 386, Peterson 23143, Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. Third place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Fourth place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 5, Leland Thiessen, Windham, Minnesota. Sixth place, Grace Hayes, Durham, California. Seventh place, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 8, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. Ninth place, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. And 10, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
Nice set of babies out here, and the ewe that wins the class obviously has the size and scale advantage, and I think probably more importantly, she's got the length of body advantage over the next two ewes, and you get your hands on her, she's longer hind saddled as well. She's opened up in her chest, she's big in her rib and round, and has some hip dimension. I appreciate those things about her. The reason it's close is the ewe there in two is really fresh, really immature, really young appearing kind of sheep. I appreciate that about her. I love that ewe just standing there right now, and she's got her head coming out of the top, or her neck coming out of the top of her shoulder, and has some extension and some front end design there. Appreciate that about her. If I can make her a notch longer, or if I can fix her back legs just a little bit, she wants to get a little off in her hock, I can move that ewe into first, but a really neat sheep there in two. The ewe here in three has more size and scale and center than the ewe right ahead of her, but at the same time, she's a little plainer in her kind. She's got a little more shoulder and just a little coarser in her makeup. Three really nice ewes. Congratulations.
I'll be
Place.
the first. This is shake out quite like I'd like it to. For me today, the combination sheep, I'm going to start with a ewe that her shoulder lays good, her neck comes out right, a ewe that's got some muscle and working down to her top, out through her loin and out through her hip. Stands on a nice set of feet and legs. She really gets out and travels free and easy. For me today, I just got to use her. The ewe in second, I love this one's hip, the way her loin hooks up into her hip. I need to change her front end. Just be honest, I need to get her a little more extension up to her front end. If we can do that, she wins this class handily, easy, all day. The ewe in third, a longer sided ewe. For me, she gets a little piecier when you stand back and start analyzing her. Need to fix her in her top line just a little bit. Need to give her a little more, more importantly, I need to give her some more muscle into the center part of her stifle compared to the two right above her today. But a really long-sided ewe, it percents out, it's super long. Just need to give her more muscle through the center part of her leg to get her up any higher today. ewe comes next in line. I just need to change her in her top line and down through the lower part of her chest floor compared to the ones that were above her today to get her around the ones up above her. And then we round out the ewe next in class, just giving up quite a bit of natural thickness when you get over top of her and right behind her compared to the ones that stood above her.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the Columbias. First place goes to entry 399, Thiessen 2323, Leland Thiessen, Windham, Minnesota. Second place to 397, Worm 379, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Placing on the Slickshorn yearling ewe class for the National Border Cheviot Show. First to entry 119, Rinker 2639, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 118, Diamond C0588, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Fourth to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Fifth place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. And 7 to Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Columbia show, first place goes to Leland Thiessen, Windham, Minnesota. Second place to Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota. Third place, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Fourth place to Grace Hayes, Durham, California. 5, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Sixth place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 7, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. And 8, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Border Cheviot show, first place goes to Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third place, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 4, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Really nice set of ewe lambs out here for Junior Champion Drive, and I can kind of go back and forth on a few of them. The champion for me is kind of an easy decision. I think there's one ewe that's quite a bit more correct in terms of her base structure, in terms of her balance, and those types of things. That February ewe lamb is going to be your junior champion. For me, the other three get really tight, and I can go back and forth between the three of them. I kind of gravitate towards different positive aspects of all three of them. At the end of the day, the one that I kind of keep coming back to, and it has to do with their fleece, is the second place February ewe lamb. She'll be your reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
For the Columbia show, our junior champion ewe was 388 out of the February ewe lamb class, Balk 2339, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was 386, second in that February ewe lamb class, Peterson 23143, Peterson Sheep Company, Lemon, South Dakota.
Judging sheep is sometimes an adventure, and you get into situations where you really got to stop and think and take a lot of time to do that, and you get in situations where you need to make sure you don't fall over yourself and just go find the great one and use her. We got a great one out here, guys, and she's going to be champion. Reserve, to be honest with you, probably happens almost as quickly for me because I like them sound and I like them to be able to motor and I like them stout. I'll go congratulate them right now.
For our Columbia show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion out of the yearling ewe class, entry 362, Thiessen 2212, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion out of the February ewe lamb class, entry 388, Balk 2339, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana.
We're on a Cheviot senior ewe lamb I'm going to start with. I really, really like this ewe lamb. Well, she just wins the class for me pretty handily. She really gets out and motors. Her old top is just dead level. She comes out into a big square hip. She's long from her underline. She's long from her 13th rib back. Her shoulder lays right. She's really extended up through her front end, and yet she's got plenty of good enough breed type for me today. The ewe lamb in second maybe gets just a little bit quicker in her blade at her shoulder, way it lays in there compared to our class winner. But another ewe lamb is really, really good in her own right. She gets out and she motors too. She's got a big old flat hip in her once again, like their class winner. Like I said, I just like to change her, maybe just a nickel. When you get her into motion, she wants to duck off of her from her hooks to her pins compared to our class winner. But that's really getting picky on a really, really good ewe lamb in her own right. We come into next in class, the third ewe lamb. Another ewe lamb is real up-fronted. Her blade lays really good in her way her shoulder and her neck ties up. You get your hands on her, she's long once again. She's got a lot of turn to her rib. For me, she just doesn't have the squareness from her hooks to her pins or the center part of her stifle compared to the two are right above her today to get her around them. Then we round out another really big square hipped ewe. When I get her into motion, I need to change her just a little bit the way she travels. She wants to tail off on her from her hooks to her pins once again compared to the three of us right above her today. But a really nice class of fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the National Border Cheviot Show, first place to entry 133, Spildy 5345, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to 128, Diamond C0626, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 6th place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. I do want to announce that the Gertz Family Farm is sponsoring the Best Fleece Award this evening for the Columbia Show.
I'm awful happy with this senior drive I got out here. If you haven't noticed, there's two individuals I think rise to the top pretty handily. I guess in my own right, I got to decide which way I want to go. And I'm not going to stand out here all day look at them, although I like them and they're pretty and they're nice to look at. I think they both got, all 6 of these got awful good breed type to them. For me today, I'll go out and I'll show you the two I like. I think one's just a little stouter. In her bone work, I think she's just a little stouter from the center part of her stifle. I just think for me today, I really still like her. I'll go out and I'll show you the two I'm going to use.
Placing on the flock class for the Columbia's first in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second place to Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. Placing on the Best Fleece Columbia, it was a late junior Ram Lamb, entry 346 in your catalog, Addison Bussinger. And it was Bussinger 58. And Addison is from Bluffton, Ohio. We are now ready for the Jackpot Futurity class, Columbia Jackpot Futurity class. The Jackpot Futurity is open to any junior member that has purchased a Futurity nominated lamb in 2023. It is a regular class. Senior champion U for the National Border Cheviot Show is 133 out of the Senior U Lamb class. Spildy, 53.45. Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was our first place fitted yearling U. Entry 109, Breezeview 3772, Miss Jones. Also, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Scott Breedall will be judging that futurity class for the Columbia show. Again, we're now ready for the futurity class, the jackpot futurity class for the Columbia show.
Just jamming your worries. Chevy ULAM class. ULAM I'm going to start with. I think we got just a notch more pizzazz, especially up through the front third of her body and her shoulder where her neck ties in. When you get your hands on her, she's longer from her 13th rib back than our ULAM we got in second. She's kind of deceiving from when you stand back off the side and analyze her. You get up over the top of her, but when you get your hands on her, she's really good in her loin and back through her hip. She's got plenty of thickness there where you think that she may not quite have enough. She's really opened up in her cage. She's short fleece. I just think this one for me, I got to use her. She's just so much my kind. The ULAM in second. really stout, real bold-bodied ewe lamb. Stands on an awesome set of feet and legs. Got a little extra bone work compared to the one we went with. But a ewe lamb for me, she shortens up for me today from flank to flank compared to our class winner. We can stretch her out just a notch. We can sure enough use her to win the class. Then we come into the ewe lamb next in line. Kind of the same deal. Ewe lamb, for me, she gets a little plainer in the front third of her body. I like to just change her shoulder a little bit. For me, when you get your hands on her, she just doesn't have the width from her hooks to her pins compared to the two who are right in front of her to get her up any higher today. Then we come next in line, a ewe lamb that's made more like a ewe lamb I got in second. But when I start analyzing her, I just like to stouten her up in her bone work compared to the three that was right above her. And that's really what I just need to change about her to get her up any higher in class today. When you get your hands on her, she's stout down her top, she's square out her hip. She maybe shortens up a little bit from her 13th rib back compared to the three that are right above her. But another ewe lamb is just super sound and complete. The ewe lamb comes next in line. The ewe lamb, when I get her in motion, I just like to change her just a nickel the way she comes at you and goes away from you. I'd like to just stouten her up and down to the center part of her stifle compared to the four that was right above her today. Nice class of January ewe lambs.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the National Border Cheviot Show, first to entry number 145, Moore 272, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to 144, Moore 274, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Fourth, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 6, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana.
Just flash red for me. Did it? Yep. This is a class that the Columbia board started for charity comeback show at the North American here. we've put $2,500 into it. So we'll divide that up with these kids, and we hope to get a little bit more participation next year so we can keep this going and keep dividing that money up for these kids. The ewe we're going to start with in this class holds her fleece very well together. She's a long-sided ewe, got a pretty good hip in her. If I could change anything in her, I'd like to just free her up a little bit more on those back wheels when she travels around the ring. When we get into our ewe in a second, this is kind of a pretty profile in ewe. She's got a good fleece on her, and I just like to make her a little longer in that loin area just to stretch her out a little more. Here's the biggest framed ewe in the class that I'd like to see a little bit more bone on. She's got a good fleece, but in a little straighten her out in that hip area to make her a little longer in that hip area. We got a ewe here in fourth, and it's a nice profiling ewe. Travels out real well. I just like to straighten her out through that top of her loin to move her up any higher today. Then we get into our ewe in fourth, fifth here, and she just gets a little short size. She's a very good fleeced ewe, and I'd like to free her up when she travels around the ring a little more through those back wheels.
Placing on the jackpot futurity class for the Columbia's first place went to entry 418, Bauk 2339, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to entry 422, Bauk 22-71, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Third place to 421, Thiessen 2258, Grace Hayes, Durham, California. Fourth place to 419, Thiessen 2320, Grace Hayes, Durham, California. Fifth place to 420, Fry 3-4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. That does conclude our Columbia show. Matt Benz was the judge of our breeding sheep show, excluding the futurity.
Elam I'm going to start with. We got a notch more length of body, I feel. Elam is super long when you get your hands on her. But she doesn't disappoint you in any when you get up on the top side of her with your hand. She's good in her rack. She's good out through her loin and out through her hip. She got plenty of muscle. Gets around the ring really nice on a set of feet and legs. Probably the best, freest, easy moving one I got here in second. She gets out and just motors. She wants to go. For me today, she maybe shortens up a little bit from flank to flank and her 13th rib back compared to our class winner. For me, another one that when you get on the top side of this ewe lamb, she's really nice from her hooks to her pins and her loin. Another ewe lamb is really nice in her breed type and her head. All three of these, the whole class is really good as far as their breed type goes. The big sheep is third in line for me today. I just need to give her a touch more muscle through the center part of her lower leg compared to the two that's right above her. A ewe lamb is really big and growthy. She stands on a big set of feet and legs and bones. For me, when you get your hands on her also, for as long as she is from her flank to flank, she does shorten up compared to the two right above her when you get your hands on her from her 13th rib back. The next ewe lamb in line, a ewe lamb is super pretty. Really like the way her shoulder blends and everything. I just need to change her when we get her into motion. She wants to get up out of her spine some compared to the ones that were right above her today. If we can change that, we can get her up in the line quite a bit. The next ewe lamb in line, super pretty ewe lamb. She gets out and she motors really well. For me, there just ain't enough of her today, especially when you get off to the side and start analyzing her. She's the shortest from flank to flank. We just need to stretch her out some today to get her up any higher in class. Super nice set of ewe lambs. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the February class of ewe lambs, first place goes to 146, Rinker 2676, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 148, Breezeview 3507, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 4 to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. 6 to Michaela Noner, Irwin, South Dakota. Seventh place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And eighth place, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana.
around this late ULAM class. ULAM, I'm going to start with, boy, I really like when I get my hands on this ULAM. She's really big top. She's bag out through her loin, out through her from her hooks to her pins. Stays really well and true there. Would I like to maybe just jack her up a little bit in her front third of her body? Sure, I would. But I think for me today, she's the most fault-free, and she's got the most thickness down her top line, and especially out from her hooks to her pins for me today. Does she shorten up a little flank? Yeah, but when you get your hands on her, she does percent long enough for me today. I'm going to start with her. She was kind of my problem child, I'm not going to lie. I had to start with her, I had to go third. Today, I'm going to start with her. The ULAM in second, super, super pretty. I love this one's breed type about her. Her ears are right up on top of her skull where they need to be. Her front lay's good. For me, when I get her into motion, that's where I need. She stands second for me today. She wants to get a little shorter, strided. She wants to come up out of her loin. If I can fix that about her, I win the class with her all day long. The U in third, this one is dead level. Her spine stays down in her when you put her into motion. She's really good about her breed type. She's real elegant up through her shoulder and her front third of her body. For me, she runs out from her hooks to her pins compared to the two right in front of her for me today to get her to start the class. That was another one of my big problems. I either had to start with her or she had to go third. Today I elected she goes third. The next ULAM in class, another really nice headed ULAM, a big individual, real elegant through her front third of her body, real extended. For me, I just need to change the way she travels off her back legs compared to the ones in front of her to get her up any higher in today in class. We come into next, another real balanced ULAM. For me today, just when you get your hands on her, she shortens up a little bit compared to the ones right above her. We just need to lengthen her out from her 13th rib back to get her up any higher today in class. Really nice class of late ULAMs.
Placing on the class of March ULAMs, first place goes to entry 161, Diamond C 0660, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second, to entry 159, Kuykendall 1260, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Third place to Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 4, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 5, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. 6th place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 7, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 8th place to 157, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 9th place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
slick-sheared ewe lamb I'm going to start with, I think are just too much of her today, especially when you get off side of her, start analyzing her from flank to flank, and her length of body. When you get up over top of her and you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you any. She's long enough from her 13th rib back. She comes out in a really nice touch as far as her rack goes. Her shoulder lays good. Just a little smaller version of her in second. Ewe lamb shortens up a little bit from flank to flank. Real nice touch to this ewe lamb. Probably for me, she's a little shallower, probably in her through her chest floor and her blade compared to our class winner. But I think when you get up over top of her and start analyzing her, just not near as much of her compared to our class winner. The next ewe lamb in line, a ewe lamb that's got a really nice touch to her. Another ewe lamb that is long from her 13th rib back for me today. She just gets too long from her chime to her chest floor compared to the two who are right above her today to get her around them. Then we round out the next ewe lamb that comes in line, a really stout ewe lamb, big top, real big out through her hip. For me today, she gets a little rougher top line compared to the ones that are right above her to get her up any higher to class. And say the same about the next ewe lamb comes in line. She's a little bolder fronted down through the lower third of her shoulder. She neck doesn't tie quite as nice and tidy as I'd like it for. She gets a little rougher in her top lines, and she doesn't have as much through the center part of her leg compared to the ones above her today.
Placing on the slick-shorn ewe lamb class for the National Border Cheviot Show, first to entry number 166, Spildy 5394, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to 169, Rinker 0714, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Fourth place, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. And sixth place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
these 8 females I got out here for junior champion. I'm really, really happy. If you ain't figured it out by now, yeah, I walk them a lot, but I think they got to move. They got to be structurally sound and correct, and I think they need to have good breed type and look like what they're supposed to. For me today, there's like 4 individuals that I think are awful good. I'm going to go out and I'll show you the 2 I like the best.
Our junior champion ewe is entry 145, first in January ewe lamb class, Moore 272, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. The reserve junior champion was second in that January ewe lamb class, entry 144, Moore 274, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. placing on the pair of ewe lamb class. First place goes to Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third place, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 6, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana.
I ain't going. I ain't going to take a lot of time. I'm really, really happy with these 4 individuals I got. Yeah, I got a lot of respect for the Cheviot breed. I just think they were awful good sheep. There for a while, I thought they were getting them plenty big. Didn't have enough to them. But I'll be the first to tell you, you can come out and handle any one of these 4, and some that we sent back. There's a lot of product in these sheep. They got big tops. They got plenty of muscle, and they're good. And they're big sheep, probably bigger than they need to be, maybe. But that's not my decision to make. That's the breed association and the members. But I got I'm real happy with these 4 individuals. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna show you the 2 I like. There's one that I liked earlier this summer, and I'm gonna tell you, I still really dig her. And I'm gonna go out. I'll show you the 2 I like, and we'll move on. And I think for me today, there you got the other senior champion of the year on you that I think is just a whale of a sheep. She's real long-bodied. She's good in her shoulder. Her chest floor's right in her. Really good, deep-bodied. Does she have enough thickness when you get to analyzing her through the center part of her stifle? Probably not as much as the fall ewe that we used to win the deal. The spring ewe lamb, boy, I'm telling you, you get the hand on this one. She is just big up high. She's big out her hip through the center part of her stifle. For me today, she's going to be a reserve champion ewe.
Grand champion ewe for the National Border Cheviot Show is the senior champion ewe. Entry 133 out of the senior ewe lamb class, Spildy, 5345, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve grand champion is our junior champion from the January ewe lamb class. Entry number 145, Moore, 272, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Now ready for best headed ewe. We will show best headed ewe followed by mixed pair of lambs, then the flock class. Best headed ewe for the Border Cheviot Show is entry 128 from the Senior Ewe Lamb class, DC 0626, Diamond Clyde 0626, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the mixed pair of lambs for the National Border Cheviot Show. First place to Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third place to Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Fourth place to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. And sixth, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the flock class, first in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place In the Flock to Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And fourth, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. That does conclude our show for this evening. Our judge has been Jeff Rapaski.